me check my email.
Okay.
Anything. And Heidi, can I ask, you haven't received any word from anyone?
I haven't received anything to my personal email, but I will check the PC secretary. I haven't received anything there either.
Okay.
That'd be great.
I thought there was a bottom
Yes, that is correct, but it all depends.
Yeah, so it's all based on how folks registered. So if you have the just like do my same name every time, then the registration will provide. But I'm pretty sure. So that in there, the full name is the title of the work. That's essentially what happened when I figured out that way. For those of us that like the through logins in the background. Okay, so I think we're good.
So when I'm creating the webinar, would I be able to just check it when I'm going through the like the panelists and organizers? I think that's okay. Okay.
Yeah.
That's an easy fix. I can do that.
If you look on there now, like Caroline and I both have like our title and our names on there, whereas most of the other folks don't.
Okay, so I see that it's 1:01. I'm conscious of time. We are still waiting for Mr. Higgins, but we do have a quorum, so I'm letting go get started, and I'm guessing he will join. He might have just joined as I was talking. So yeah, he's just coming in now. Again, a reminder, Timmy is controlling the PowerPoint and the plans. This is to all the other commissioners. I discussed this Mr. Higgins, do you want to test your
Ellen, while we're waiting for Jay to come on, did Brian Burnell do a sound check with you today?
And I see he just came in.
Jay.
Jay, yes, thank you so much. And Brian, I'm sending you a webcam request. And Brian, if you could test your audio. We will get to him shortly, but I don't want to keep
The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to the July 16th City of Santa Barbara Planning Commission hearing with a revised agenda. Ms. Rydell, will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. This is Heidi Rydell. I will begin the roll call. Chair Schwartz?
Here, and I'd like to ask the other commissioners, as we've done most recently, to please all turn on your webcams. Thank you.
Vice Chair Wiscombe?
Here.
Commissioner Bonderson?
Here.
Commissioner Escobedo,
Here.
Commissioner Higgins,
Here.
Commissioner Lodge,
Here.
Commissioner Reed.
Here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Rydell. Now let's go to preliminary matters. Ms. DeBusk, let's start with requests for continuances, withdrawals, postponements, or addition of ex-agenda items.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have none.
Thank you. Do we have any announcements or appeals?
We have no announcements or appeals.
Very good. Let's go to our next preliminary matter, which is a review, consideration, and action on the following draft Planning Commission minutes and resolutions. We're going to start with July 2nd, the Planning Commission minutes. Do we have any requested changes to those minutes? All right, very good. I don't see any webcams on. Would one of my colleagues like to make a motion to approve those meeting minutes? Commissioner Lodge?
So moved.
And I'll second it.
Thank you, Lodge and Wiscombe. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, Ms. Rydell, would you please call the vote?
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. This is Heidi Rydell. I will begin the roll call vote. Commissioner Bonderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Escobedo,
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge,
Yes.
Vice Chair Wiscombe,
Yes.
Commissioner Higgins,
Yes.
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Chair Schwartz.
Yes, thank you. Moving on to the Planning Commission Resolution number 004-20412-102 Santa Rosa Place. Do we have any revisions to that document? I don't see any commissioners coming online. Do we have a motion to approve that resolution? Commissioner Lodge?
So moved.
And I'll second.
Again, Lodge and Wiscombe. Ms. Rydell, oh, excuse me, let me pause. Any discussion on that motion? Very good. Ms. Rydell, would you please call for the vote?
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. This is Heidi Rydell. I will begin the roll call vote. Commissioner Escobedo,
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge,
Yes.
Vice Chair Wiscombe,
Yes.
Commissioner Higgins,
Yes.
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonderson,
Yes.
Chair Schwartz.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you. Our last item under preliminary matters is a reconsideration of our June 4th Planning Commission minutes that we adopted on June 18th. And it's my understanding that Commissioner Bonderson identified one or more revisions under her section. So Commissioner Bonderson. One moment, Ms. Watson, thank you. Commissioner Bonderson, would you please quickly identify what you would like change that you relate to staff, and we can move forward with a vote on that?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Chair Schwartz. I identified that there was a recommendation that was added. It's the last bullet point on page 6 of 7 under our specific commissioner comments. And it reads, recommends that the open yard exemption be extended to both sides of Santa Barbara and Delavina Streets, which was not what I had voted for, and it conflicted an earlier portion of the minutes. It was not accurately recorded, and they have now crossed it out.
Okay, so you have that understanding with staff. Is that correct, Ms. Bonderson?
Yes, that is correct. Thank you.
Okay, very good. With that, I'll call for a motion to then approve the further amended meeting minutes of June 4th. Commissioner Wiscombe?
Sorry.
Oh, we
So
can't hear.
moved.
Very
So
good.
moved.
Thank you so much. Okay.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have Wiscombe and Lodge lining up for a whole lot today. I can see that. Any discussion on that motion? Commissioner Higgins, were you just ready to vote, or did you have a discussion? ready to vote. Okay, let's see, back to you, Ms. Rydell. Would you please take the vote?
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. This is Heidi Rydell. I'll begin the roll call vote. Commissioner Lodge,
Yes.
Vice Chair Wiscombe,
Yes.
Commissioner Higgins,
Yes.
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Escobedo,
Yes.
Chair Schwartz.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Rydell. Our last item under preliminary matters is to the public to see if we have any members of the public who would like to speak to the Planning Commission on items not on our agenda. And I'm going to ask staff to put up the slide that they've created. And we've had this slide up in our prior hearings to hopefully make it easy for the public to understand how to participate. Ms. Kokinda?
Yes, thank you, Chair Schwartz. So if anyone, members of the public would like to speak on items not on the agenda today, please raise your hand using the hand icon and I will call on you. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. And I'm looking at the list and I don't see anyone's hand up at the moment. And I think I can hand it back over to you now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kokinda. Our next item is a continued item from last Thursday, and it's the use determination HRC2 zone per municipal code 28.22.030.B.2.F. Please, Commissioner Reed, you have some remarks.
Yeah, so similar to last week, Chair Schwartz, I have to recuse myself from this item. I had, as stated last week, I have a reasonably foreseeable financial effect on my business. So I have to step out of this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reed. We'll see you back for the next item then. So let me outline for commissioners, for staff, and the applicant team and members of the public how we're going to handle this continued item. And I have sent an email to the commission outlining this, and the applicant, the agent for the applicant, is aware as well. This is a confined 30-minute item. We're first going to go to Mr. Ken Marshall for a 10-minute presentation on the resubmitted items that we received. Following that 10-minute presentation, we're going to come back to the commission for questions, and we're limiting the questions to 2 questions, whichever are your top 2, if you have any, from each commissioner. We'll then go to swift deliberations and a vote, and I'm going to, if Mr. Marshall is ready, would you please turn on your webcam, Mr. Marshall? And with that, if you are ready for your presentation, we're going to proceed. And I have 1:12. I'm going to call it 1:15, which means at 1:45, we're going to conclude the item. Please, and you might see in front of you now on the screen, Mr. Marshall, a new countdown ticker that hopefully will help applicants gauge their presentation time. Take it away, Mr. Marshall.
Madam Chair, thank you and the Commission. Ken Marshall with DUDEC representing the applicant today. I hope to be considerably less than the 10 minutes so you can have time to do your deliberations, but just wanted to thank you for allowing us to be back before you today, and that we submitted a revised conceptual plan, a image plan, a revised letter explaining what we're proposing, and wanted to then go through those documents. And Mr. Bolton, I was wondering, on this list that you're showing me, could you start with, actually, I think it's in mine, it was 4, is that the code? No. No, the code, I'm sorry. It's different on mine. No, the one that's sort of yellow and lit up. Oh, number 5, I think. Yeah, that one back. Thank you. So I thought it was important for us to really focus on these items because they're really germane, and the reason we're here before you today is an interpretation as to whether or not the proposed silver air, silver water is consistent with this zone. And so I really wanted to dwell and concentrate our attention on that. If you look at the general intent behind the HRC2 zone of which this property is located, it says, and I've highlighted, tourist and traveler related uses shall be encouraged in this zone. I want to repeat that. So the intent, the general intent of this zone is for the tourist and traveler related uses to be encouraged. And then going down, then there's also the various allowable uses, and they include things as primary visitor serving and recreational uses, other recreational equipment rental stores, sale of boats, other visitor serving and commercial uses. So those are, I think, the reasons why we're here. And we believe that what we're going to propose with the refinements based on input from last week, that silver air and silver water are consistent with these intents and the regulations and the determination of code requirements. Mr. Bolton, if you could go on to the one that's the inspiration board. I think it was the last thing in the original memo. Yes, that, thank you. So it was really important for us to listen to you very closely last time. And what really got our attention was the history of this building and this area being involved with Lockheed and boats and planes. And so that became an inspiration for us to really go into the depth of history here and try and use that for our refinement of the plan and the space and the use. And so basically that what we want to do is go into the history here and really delve into what started here at Mason State, that this was the Lockheed and Lockheed Brothers manufacturing of planes. And it really started here. And it was something that we then wanted to then share with you and our vision, and it inspired us to give you what we're proposing here. So you see here, the top left-hand corner is like a plane. It's one of the Lockheed original planes, some of the waterfront areas in the beginning of the harbor, some boats that will be chartered and for sale, and the marina, et cetera, et cetera. So those became the vision for us and sort of the inspiration for what we wanted to do. What we wanted to do then is really get into a project that would utilize these resources and make the visitor aware of these. And so what happened was that we got into the research for this and talked to Jason about it, and he thought it would be really cool to have this really become the icon and the reason for the visitor center and be an educational experience, almost a museum experience for education for visitors that may not know about this area and particularly this building. So he also has a part of his tagline is an experience. And so we decided to call the visitor center the Visitor Experience Center, because that's really what we want the visitor to do, experience and the history. So we wanted to be able to tell the story as to how this property came into be and how it relates to the city, both the harbor and the airport. It turns out in our research that aviation really started here with the Lockheed and Northrop at the Santa Barbara Harbor. That the aviation did. It's kind of curious but true. It turns out that Max Fleischmann, who was also referred to as the Yeast King, he was a philanthropic gentleman, but he moved to Santa Barbara after World War I. And in the late 20s, he actually provided a $250,000 gift to the city for the breakwater. And it wasn't just philanthropic. He also had a 218-foot yacht that he wanted to have a safe mooring for. So there's this connection between airport and the harbor that we want to share in this experience in the visitor center. And there's also a connection between silver air and silver water with the same connection of the airport and the harbor. So Mr. Bolton, if you could go to the conceptual building section. That one before, I think. Yes, thank you. So our vision is to have this as sort of you introduce the visitor into this area, literally have a plane hanging from the ceiling, a bunch of graphics in the area and narrative that explains the history of the property and the connection between the water and the air. And then if Mr. Bolton, if you could go to the conceptual space plan. Perfect, there. So as you see in this, so you enter in the first piece of the left, which is the Visitor Experience Center, that's where we would have like a hanging plane. That'd be the visitor area itself, visitor concierge, the visitor center meeting room, displays, as I said before, and places where people can visit and learn. And then the middle section is the travel and visitor services section. And again, this is relating to, again, the intent behind the zone. And all these areas are support staff for the things that are consistent, in our opinion, of the zone of boat sales, yacht sales, plane sales, charter, all the things. And all these employees would be servicing clients and visitors in that regard. And then lastly, if you could, Mr. Bolton, go back to the HRC2 zone. Thank you so much. So again, in conclusion, it's our belief and strong hope that you will see that this proposal and what we've shown today and the refinements that came from your commission's review last week and our intent to provide changes, that we are now, and we thought we were now, but before, but that this use and these uses and the visitor center and the allowance for tourists and travel related uses is consistent with this zone. And we ask for your conclusion similarly. And I'm here to answer any questions. I believe Jason is also available if you have any questions of the applicant. And if there's any comments, if we could have at the end, if need be, we'd appreciate it. So finished before the 10 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. I'm going to go to any public comment that we might have at this time. So I'm going to ask Mr. Marshall, if you could turn off your webcam, please, for a moment. We're going to come back to Ms. Kokinda. Do we have any members of the public like to speak on this item, Ms. Kokinda?
One moment, I'm just gonna help Mr. Marshall turn his webcam off again. I think there was a little blip. Okay. Yes, thank you. For members of the public who wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the hand icon and I will call on you. I see Marge Caffarelli. Marge, I am just unmuted you. Marge Caffarelli, if you could please unmute yourself by clicking on the microphone icon and you will have 2 minutes to speak. The microphone icon, Timmy, would you mind going back to the microphone icon is just 2 icons above the hand. And so you can click on that. I see that your hand has been up for a while, so maybe you don't wish, I'll come back to you and I'm gonna call on Jack Maxwell. Jack Maxwell, I've just unmuted you. If you could please unmute yourself using the microphone icon. And you will have 2 minutes to speak. Jack Max, there you go, Mr. Maxwell.
Yes, my name is Jack Maxwell. I'm a real estate broker and resident of the city of Santa Barbara. During the last decade, tens of thousands of tourists and local residents have enjoyed the successful Funk Zone. Now, one of the major buildings in the Funk Zone, the prominent Enterprise Fish Company building, is under consideration by the Planning Commission to allow a business, Silver Air, to occupy it for the primary use of its corporate offices. In an attempt to make their use compatible with the zoning, Silver Air only recently decided to incorporate some ancillary uses at best that only marginally conform to the tourist zoning. The planning staff stated they were not comfortable with making the determination given that so much of the use sounds like an office use. The tourist zoning clearly states that it is to promote, maintain, and protect visitor-serving businesses and commercial-related uses. Now, some members of the Planning Commission want to stretch the mandated zoning, which will undermine and dilute the current intent of the zoning. Prior to entering an agreement to purchase the enterprising building, Silver Air had only their corporate offices located in Santa Barbara for the management of their nationwide jet chartering business and no other uses. Silver Air's website proudly indicates that they have operational bases located in many of the major cities in the United States, but have no operational bases in Santa Barbara. Now, Silver Air wants to stretch their operation by adding some ancillary uses. Do you honestly believe that the successful Silver Air that charters multi-million-dollar jets throughout the United States is going to rent or charter the Condor for whale watching or provide sailplane rides in Santa Ynez? Please don't dilute the existing zoning by stretching its use to allow offices. If you want to revise the zoning, don't do it piecemeal, undermining those current zoning. Rather, revise the zoning through a formal public hearing process that provides significant input by the planning department, the city council, and most importantly, the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maxwell. Ms. Kokinda, has Ms. Caffarelli joined us?
I think, no, she went offline, but I would like to ask any other members of the public, if you wish to speak on this item, to please raise your hand. I do not see anyone else with their hands raised at this moment. So back to you.
Okay, very good. We're going to bring it back. Thank you, Ms. Kokinda. We're going to bring it back to the commission for, if you have up to 2 questions, that's the time to do it. And Mr. Marshall, if you would please turn your webcam and audio back on. Any questions from the commissioners? Again, your top 2 questions, if you have any questions of Mr. Marshall. Now's the time. I'm just going to wait a moment because we have to be a little patient in our virtual mode. Give everyone the opportunity to use that technology. I am not seeing any commissioners' webcams on for questions. So let's move right into deliberations. And what I'm going to ask all of the commission, please, to turn on your webcams. This is what we've been trying out most. Oh, I see you now, Commissioner Wiscombe, you do have a question. Okay. Mr. Marshall, would you please come back on? Commissioner Wiscombe has a question. Yes, please.
I'm sorry I was late, Madam Chair, with my question. I was really trying to formulate it. I was listening to the public comment by Mr. Maxwell, and I guess I would ask the question of how long this business plan has been in place to expand into marine services, number 1. And number 2, I believe at our prior hearing on this item, there was reference to having already hired someone from Florida, I believe, for the marine aspect of the business. So I would just like a response to those. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, Planning Commissioner Wiscombe, Ellen, is there any way that Jason is available? If not, if he is, I think he'd be best suited to answer that. If not, I will attempt.
Mr. Marshall, I would really like you to proceed. You and I had a conversation about this, and because we need to be efficient with our time today. Thank you.
My understanding is, as I've said before, that they started similarly out at the airport with 1 plane and then grew it to a successful air business. And they are in their corporate headquarters are in Santa Barbara. The vast majority of their uses are there. They want to do a similar thing in the waterfront to have exposure and experience in the waterfront. And my understanding is that they've been in the charter business for a while, not very long. As I said, this is kind of a chicken and egg, where similar to the airport experience for air, they're trying to do a similar thing for water. So they need a space that they can then have visibility to be able to do this. So I don't know the exact duration, but I do know that they have had this experience, and this is their headquarters, unlike what one of the public speakers said, that they've got stuff all over they do, but the vast majority of their workers are here.
And can you respond to, do you recall, Mr. Marshall, last week when we had this item, I think Mr. Middleton said something about has already hired an expert from Florida on chartering. Could you just expand on that to the best of your ability? Thank you.
Yes, my understanding that he is already in anticipation of moving into this building and really getting the yacht sale, yacht water business going and charter, that he's already hired a marketing director for the water portion of Silver Air, Silver Water. And he's already employed and starting to initiate this with the assumption that they'll be moving into this building.
Thank you. And thank you, Madam Chair. It's my only question.
Thank you. Commissioner Wiscombe, did you want to kick off deliberations since you're online now, or did you want to wait? No pressure, I'm just asking.
That's fine. My opinion hasn't changed. I appreciate the updated concept plan. I actually think it's much improved from last week. I think that when you have this type of business, you need to have the ability to do walk-ins. And that's true in any sort of travel business that caters to the general public, tourists and community members alike. And I think that, again, I could go to just this last week, Commissioner Escobedo and I went through this last week, and we decided when we made the motion, when Commissioner Escobedo made the motion, that it would be F to F. But and I'm very comfortable with that, since it's a little bit different kind of use, but I think it's applicable within the zone. And I think it's important that we, honor the code, particularly the general part of the code that Mr. Marshall talked about, where I think that's where it says that this is a zone that should encourage tourism-related businesses. So that's all I have to say. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Wiscombe, thank you. Commissioner Bonderson, I think you're up next for comments, deliberations. This is the time.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. I continue to lean towards a no vote, but I would like to share the reasons with you. By definition, a visitor center, and I quote, is primarily responsible for promoting local tourism products and services, and consequentially has direct impacts upon the economic, social, and recreational well-being of the region in which they are located. Based on the applicant's own statements specified in their most recent letter dated the 13th of July, although they may be providing some historical content in their exhibits and in their showroom, they will do so while, quote, reflecting Silver Air and Silver Water's brand, and to be an extension of the operational functions of the company, and quote again, will give Silver Air, Silver Water's current and future customers a place to visit, learn about Silver Air and Silver Water's services, and book experiences. Any traditional visitor center provides all available competitors' tours and options, not just a single company's brand that exclusively supports the business. Thus, this doesn't sound like what we understand to be a visitor center that promotes and supports local tourism, products and services, but a sales office for one company to promote their own products and services, perhaps with some minor exceptions. In fact, the floor plan, the new one that's been provided recently, supports this assumption because every office is for a silver product specialist. Speaking of offices, it's important to remember why this project was brought to the attention of the Planning Commission. As Ms. DeBusk included in her July 2nd memorandum, and I'll quote, staff was uncomfortable making that determination given that much of the use sounds like an office space, which is only permitted in the HRC2 zone on the second and third floors of a commercial building with issuance of a conditional use permit. Staff understands the codes and its interpretation. And as a commission, we are all trying to justify the use of this space to find an exception. But how about look at attachment 4 of the memorandum, the section called land uses. It's the same document that's on our screen now, but I would ask Tammy to please scroll down a moment to 28.22.030.3 that addresses general office use. That area is not highlighted here. It clearly states, and I quote, The second and third floors of commercial buildings are allowed to be used for general office uses upon issuance of a conditional use permit, and that CUP will be granted in accordance with the provisions of Chapter 28.94 of the code, subject to the following additional findings. The use is compatible with visitor serving uses, that's A. B, visitor serving uses remain the primary use of that building. And C, non-visitor serving uses shall not exceed 50% of the total square footage of the building. So let's say that we can all come to an agreement today on the primary visitor serving usage, and that we all agree to make an exception to allow this provision of office space on the first floor. That being said, it is still very easy to see that the floor plan continues to demonstrate more than 50% office space. So then, are we going to make another exception so that this project can, one, have office use on the first floor, and two, that they can have more than 50% of the total square footage of the building for non-visitor serving uses? We have to admit that this looks like a sales office and it sounds like a sales office that's trying extremely hard to provide the minimum appearance to fit within the HRC2 zone. However, this is a stretch that I'm not personally comfortable supporting just to get a business in the vacant building. How many exceptions are we as a planning commission willing to make to force a square peg into a circular hole? Section 28.87.030A of Title 28, called Less Restrictive Uses Prohibited, states that if only a part of the use is allowed in a zone, that is not enough to approve the total use. In other words, if a zone is not explicitly described or defined in the zoning code, then the total use would not be considered as allowed. In this case, some of the proposed uses seem to be allowed, but others still seem to be questionable. And therefore, if we're held accountable by the fact that, quote, it shall be deemed as a prohibition of such building, structure, premise, or use in all zones of more restrictive classification. Therefore, to conclude, it is important to draw attention to the final statement in Mr. Busk's July 2nd memorandum, which states, and I quote, "Please note that although the applicant has identified a specific building for this use at 225 State Street, the Planning Commission should be reviewing this proposal as a potential allowed use anywhere in the HRC2 zone, as this is not a site-specific determination. Whatever we decide to allow today will set precedents in the HRC2 zone and possibly other zones as well. So we need to take a moment to consider if this project was proposed anywhere else within the HRC2 zone, if we would be comfortable and willing to give it the same amount of leniency and forgiveness that we are considering for this project at this location."
Thank you, Commissioner Bonderson.
I'm depending on title.
Yeah, if you could please wrap up, because I'm watching the time and we need to go to everyone for deliberations.
I have one sentence left. Thank you. I'm depending on Title 28 and our duty as commissioners to interpret the code to the best of our ability, not my personal opinions, to guide this decision. So for that reason, and the reasons that I just stated, my vote today will be a no, because I continue to be unable to support this project as proposed in the HRC2 zone. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonderson. I think Commissioner Higgins was next, even though you dropped off and came back on. Commissioner Higgins, would you like to go next for deliberations?
No, ma'am. I was trying to slide back so I could hear Commissioner Escobedo and Lodge first.
Oh, okay. Very strategic, Commissioner Higgins.
Yeah.
I'll remember that next time. On to you, Commissioner Escobedo, please. Deliberations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Bolton, if you could go back up to the highlighted portions of this page, please. So I'll begin my comments by saying that my opinion hasn't changed from last week. I agree with Commissioner Bonderson in that it's our duty as a planning commission to interpret Title 28. And in interpreting, we have to apply it to current circumstances. And that's why they added the clause F in there, is because we all know we can't make an ordinance that's going to fit every single situation. And although I think that there are other portions of 28.22.030 B2 that fit this business, the reason why that section F was added is so that a planning commission could take into consideration all of the current circumstances and make a determination just like this, that a business like this, although it doesn't fit maybe what we traditionally think of as a business for this zone, it has become clear that this is visitor serving. And it is, as Section A says, other recreational equipment rental stores, or they are selling boats or marine supplies. And if we can't find those two determinations, then we can't find F, and we can make that as specific as possible so that it fits the circumstances that revolve around this decision. And I agree with the public commenter. I believe it was Mr. Maxwell. I think it's time for us to have the discussion about certifying Title 30 in the coastal zone. But until then, it's on this planning commission to do what's best, be a steward of land use, and interpret this portion of Title 28. And I think it would be only right for us to determine that this as an allowable use using Section F. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonderson. Commissioner Lodge, next to you, deliberations.
Sorry. I should warn everyone that I was just offline, courtesy of Cox, for about 20 minutes. Well, I did hear Commissioner Bonderson speak. It was about the time I got back on, and it may happen again. It's been going on and off. Did on this yesterday as well. Shortened matters, I concur with what Commissioner Bonderson had to say. I do want to add that the visitor serving portion of this building, with the concierge and all of that, those services are provided across the street, less than a block away. That is the city's visitor serving center. And this is by far and large an office use. They are functioning, the company is functioning very well at an office on Upper State Street right now with renting airplanes and managing airplanes. And they can do the same with the Marine. It does not require in any way that they be in this location, although I understand why they'd like to be there. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. Commissioner Higgins, deliberations, please.
So it's clear that the applicant dug back in and provided us with some more compelling information, documentation, layout of the building, and a more defined, a much better defined proposed use that's in their letter. So what comes down to me, what it comes down to for me is we have a number of places in the code that direct us in a couple different directions. And unfortunately, those are not all pointed in the same direction. You have the HRC2 zone allowances with F in there, which provides a lot of flexibility per Commissioner Escobedo's comments. You have the following section, the prohibition on office, unless in the second level. You have some parts of the code that were provided to me by staff about less restrictive uses prohibited. So in most zoning ordinances in California, you have the layout of the allowable uses and procedures, but conveniently or inconveniently, depending upon your point of view, there's usually some guidance in the front of the document that says, if what's before you doesn't answer your question or doesn't provide explicit guidance, then the opposite is true. In other words, if it's not explicitly discussed or allowed, then it's prohibited. So we have kind of some of that language kind of in our in our Title 28 still, that, and I won't read it, but it basically says less restrictive uses are prohibited. And then there's another section below that about additional permitted uses, but that gets into basically allowing the city council to chime in and dictate text amendments to the zoning ordinance by way of a formal procedure. Another couple places in the zoning code that are more nuanced are places that discuss accessory uses. And it feels like that's where this is headed, in that you've got a very well-defined and explicit stated purpose or objective of the applicant to do marine related. And then you do have some non-marine related. So how do we handle that? I think in this case, I'll cut to the chase. I think I'm okay and comfortable. Well, I'm not comfortable at all. It's a great discomfort to be asked this question. And that's why, like I mentioned last week, staff gave it to us to handle. So this is an uncomfortable request for sure. If this were a request that we could handle with a CUP on this particular property, I wouldn't have any problem. I wouldn't have any problem with it. We would have the mechanics and the opportunity to shape the project appropriately. But because it extends out to other properties in the zone district, it becomes uncomfortable. So we're kind of rezoning based on proxy. So that's why it's uncomfortable, but I don't want to get in the way of it. What I looked at in the last couple of days is how many other properties would this apply to? There aren't that many. However, there are about 6 or 7 that are one-story buildings in the zone district where they're clearly retail or restaurant, just like this one is. So the question becomes, for me, what's the likelihood of the sky falling in the next 5 years or so? How many other of these buildings, all 6 of them, some are on State Street, some are on Kimberly, would be coming to, there's the exhibit. Yeah, thank you, Timmy. So those are the parcels right there that have one-story buildings on them that could not be afforded this provision by way of a CUP, simply because they're not 2 stories. I don't know. Doesn't seem like a lot of buildings, and that's not a precise exhibit. I may have missed a couple, but I don't see, for example, what we would have the same discussion and try to wrap our heads around the same request if it came in for Bebop Burgers, or what is now Rusty's Pizza on State. Similarly, Mountain Air Sports down there is a 1-story building. Could we really justify doing an office there with this kind of process? I would be very uncomfortable with that if that were to happen. And so for that reason, I'm really torn still. But I see that there really isn't that many, there aren't that many properties that this would roll into. And so I guess what I'm saying is I'll go along with this and be ready to make a motion that the project or the request is consistent with subsection F in that zone district based on the exhibits that the applicant has provided, which are a very explicit recipe for how they're going to operate, what services they're going to offer, and the floor plan that they provided. In that the primary use has to be marine related or tourist related, and the balance of the uses has to be accessory. And in my mind, that's less than 50%.
Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. I would like to now provide my comments, and then we're going to go to, going to ask a colleague to make a motion. It sounds like Commissioner Higgins may be ready to do that. First, I want to talk about policy. And where we have policy that is not explicit or is even silent, I think that affords all of us as policymakers, whether you're elected or appointed, not only the opportunity, but the responsibility to exercise sound judgment, which means sound interpretation, including forward-thinking interpretation. And everybody heard a little bit more from me about that last week. Commissioner Higgins mentioned that he's uncomfortable, and rightly so. But quite frankly, most of the decisions we're making this year, whether they're on a project basis or policy basis, are uncomfortable because from my perspective, we are living in and we are decision makers in a highly uncomfortable time, which is why I think we need to be more than code readers or code interpreters. We are also community members and responsible for helping our community both survive this pandemic and thrive beyond however long it's going to take for us to come out of the pandemic. With that, I want to come back to our municipal code. And it's really painful that we've had years of missed opportunity, and that's really a very benign way for me to express it. I actually think that we've been remiss, and I'll even say irresponsible, as a city in not pursuing an updating of our regulations in our coastal zone. However, that does not dismiss our responsibility to make sound, enlightened, forward-thinking decisions, hoping that anytime soon, we'll be able to bring an updated policy or set of policies to the Coastal Commission. And Commissioner Wiscombe knows, because she and I have served since 2014 on the Local Coastal Plan Update Subcommittee. It took us, Commissioner Wiscombe, from 2014 to 2019, working with staff, stakeholders, and the California Coastal Commission to get our local coastal plan updated and certified. That's 5 years. We don't have 5 years. For us, yes, on a parcel by parcel, project by project, policy interpretation by policy interpretation basis, to wait 5 years to maybe get something new certified that will be an overlay and like a new blueprint for how we make decisions in our coastal zone. When we visit, we walk, we meet with property owners and tenants in the funk zone, the waterfront and funk zone. It is readily apparent that we have a patchwork of uses that do not readily conform. Yes, we would have to stretch the interpretation of this code, the HRC2 zone and adjacent zones, to find many of those uses acceptable. Because we're an old, evolving, built-out city, and I think it was Renee Brooke who told us during the new zoning ordinance, Commissioner Higgins, you may recall I asked this question back then, what percentage of our buildings in the city are legal non-conforming? And I believe, she said, I'm doing this from memory, about 75%. Therein lies the rub for us as policymakers, as land use advisors to the city council. Now, I want to mention very quickly what we're facing in our city right now in terms of vacancies, because to me, this is germane in being responsible, sound decision makers. I did some research since last Thursday. For office space alone, we have approximately 108 properties reflecting 361,000 square feet vacant. On the retail side, we have approximately 84 properties representing 362,000 square feet vacant. And for industrial, approximately 11 properties representing 46,000 square feet of vacant available space. It falls to us as city decision makers, whether again we're appointed or elected, to step in and be leaders helping to interpret and bend appropriately. And I'm going to say, I think we would be doing that if we support this applicant's request, because now coming back to the slide that's in front of us, this is our municipal code. Certainly under item F, other visitor serving or commercial recreational uses deemed appropriate by the Planning Commission. I believe that's a very relevant and defensible portion of the code to use in support of this. But I would be remiss if I didn't reference two others here that call out what I'm going to refer to as the absurdity of antiquated code or zone language, liquor store, gift shops. So let's consider for a moment, would we ask this applicant who's in escrow to purchase 225 State Street, that if he were just inside the front door to open a mini mart with liquor, selling liquor, and on the other side, some nifty gifty shop items, that would be a slam dunk approval from the Planning Commission? That is absurd to me. And I think I raise this because I think it highlights the conundrum that we're in with increasingly, elongated, outdated, antiquated zone language that does not help us make sound, forward-thinking decisions. So yes, I think we have to bend the language. It's like bending the curve on coronavirus cases. We have to bend the curve of our zoning language to do the right thing in our community, for a sustainable, vibrant community, because I believe our community is on the precipice. And I think we need to help it move forward sustainably and economically viable. So with that, as you can tell, I will be supporting a positive motion. And in the interest of time, we're going to have about 6 minutes left. I would like to ask Commissioner Higgins if you would like to make a motion.
Sure, Madam Chair. The motion is that the applicant's request as outlined in their July 13th letter, page 2, travel/visitor related services, and then second category, visitor concierge services, is consistent with subsection F, quote, other visitor serving or commercial recreational uses deemed appropriate by the Planning Commission, and that the floor plan provided shall delineate, or it does appear to delineate, the non-marine uses as accessory, because they're less than 50%.
And
Second.
Mr. Bolton has put that up for us. Is there a second to Commissioner Higgins' motion?
I'll second.
Commissioner Escobedo has seconded the motion. We have a first and a second. A very brief discussion on the motion in the interest of time. Anything you have not said during deliberations. Commissioner Wiscombe, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in response to Commissioner Bonderson's, I thought it was a very thoughtful deliberation or discussion that she gave. But I do want to point out to her that although this is Silver Air, Silver Water, and it is one business, they don't own gliders. They don't own boats. They don't own surfboards. They talk about the visitor concierge services. So by promoting these services, they are promoting other businesses in the area. So whereas they will take a commission from booking these services, as really any travel related office would do, they will help other businesses in the area where they don't own the equipment. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe. And again, just discussion on the motion, please. Commissioner Bonderson, the motion.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. I actually have a question. It may or may not find its place here, but I would like to know the answer. Based on the motion that we are proceeding with, would this project require a conditional use permit for the office space portion? The way that we are looking at it and discussing it, would it require that?
I don't believe so, but let's ask Ms. DeBusk to quickly answer that question.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Bonderson. No, based on the motion, you are saying this is an allowed use and it does not require a conditional use permit.
Okay, I don't see any other hands up to discuss the motion itself. So Ms. Rydell, I'm going to ask you please to conduct a voice vote on the motion made by Commissioner Higgins, seconded by Commissioner Escobedo. Commissioner Higgins, did you? Yes.
Yeah, I just
Maybe
want to
Mr.
get it on the record here because it was discussed. You know, the applicant's presentation was last week was troublesome and didn't take into account the effect of the request on the rest of the parcels. That's something that I, as a commissioner, had to look at. So, so I want to just, you know, next time this comes through, we need applicants or staff to give us a better look at how this plays out on the other parcels. And I'm not, I get that they're not operating this way currently. I understand that, but that's not part of our review. We're being, what's represented here is that they will be doing that. So I believe them. And the fact that it comes with an exhibit is very helpful. So I do appreciate the extra work that the applicant prepared and coming back to us. So
Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. We'll note some of those other thoughts you have. I'll take that up with you also separately. So back to you, Ms. Rydell. Would you please do a voice vote? We're going to conclude as soon as the voice vote is over.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. This is Heidi Rydell. I will begin the voice call vote. Vice Chair Wiscombe,
Yes.
Commissioner Higgins,
yes.
Commissioner Bonderson,
No.
Commissioner Escobedo,
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge,
No.
Chair Schwartz.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
So Ms. Rydell, would you please read that vote, read out the conclusion of the vote?
Yes, we have 4 yeses, 2 nos, and Commissioner Reed is absent for this item.
Thank you very much. So that passes. And Mr. Busk, with this use determination, do we need to announce an appeal period or not?
No, Chair Schwartz, excuse me, Chair Schwartz, this is not an appealable action.
Yes, thank you very much for clarifying that. Very good. So this item is concluded on a 4-2 vote. And with that, I think so that our next applicant can set up with staff, I'm going to say that we will come back. It's now 2:01. Let's come back at 2:10. Unless I hear from staff otherwise, I think that should be sufficient to allow for our next item setup. Thank you, everyone. Let's go to recess. Planning Commission hearing to order. Our next item, which you see on the screen, is a Community Wildfire Protection Plan scoping hearing. And I want to draw everyone's attention also to a public notice, not only in addition to the city website, but also in the Santa Barbara News Press, which reflected the description of this item as we have it in our staff report today. Before I go to the primary speaker from the fire department, I wanted to mention that in the course of the presentation, we are going to learn of a timeline which goes well beyond today that Ms. Anderson and Mr. Poirier and I have previously discussed. So for both the commissioners and members of the public who have a strong interest in this item, today is not the end day, but actually there are many more public engagement, community workshop, and public hearing opportunities that they will convey to us. But I wanted to let you know that today is not a final day for public engagement. So with that, we're going to have a 20-minute presentation, and we have the clock up. And who will be presenting from the fire department today within our 20 minutes?
Chair Schwartz, I'll begin, then on to Chief Nickel, and then Amber will introduce the rest of the team.
Very
And
good,
we'll
welcome.
Take to that 20-minute timeline. As the title suggests, this is a scoping hearing for the Environmental Impact Report for the Community Wildfire Protection Plan, which hasn't been updated since 2004, as you know. The project consists in two parts. The first part is the creation of the CWPP itself, which we've been hard at work at for the past year, and we concluded the draft in June. The second part is where we are now, and that's examining the new CWPP through the lens of a program environmental impact report. And the project needs an EIR, just like the last one, because of the type of work that we tend to accomplish on the ground. Tammy, if we could have the second slide. In Roman numeral 2 of the staff report, you'll notice that we cover a few of the statutory CEQA guidelines for what's required for us when we do know that we have to prepare an EIR. A couple of them, there's a notice of preparation, or NOP, that's sent to the Office of Planning and Development in Sacramento and to all stakeholders. And then there's the initial study, which outlines the areas that our analysis reveals could have significant environmental impacts and need to be studied as part of the EIR. This hearing is to discuss and receive comment on the scope of analysis. So we'll have a brief discussion of that in the course of this. And then as you refer to the timeline, we'll put the timeline up on the screen so you can see where we are. Also, all of this will be posted. This meeting will be posted on our website, the recorded version, and it'll be posted on all of our social media. So we ask everyone who's watching to get the word out and share the links with whoever else might be watching so that we can continue to get the kind of input that we got when we created the CWPP itself. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Chief Nickel, and then in the interest of time, we'll transition directly from Chief Nickel to Amber Anderson for the remainder.
Well, thank you, Fire Marshal Poirier, Chair Schwartz, members of the commission, Fire Chief Eric Nickel. I guess I'm going to kick off my comments, number one, by thanking the entire Planning Commission. It was your leadership about 16 months ago in our budget hearing for last fiscal year's budget, where this item was really budgeted for this current fiscal year, 2021. And the Planning Commission came out very strongly as an advocate to move this forward a year, and actually drove that to be included in last year's budget. Now, we were fortunate to receive a CAL FIRE grant to assist in some of the paying for this, but it's really your leadership at the Planning Commission that has brought us here a year ahead. And this is so important. As you know, probably the biggest year-to-year threat that this community faces is a catastrophic wildfire. Much like we saw with the Cave Fire the week of Thanksgiving, fire starts on the National Forest up at the top of the mountains and is driven, wind-driven down into the wildland urban interface. The CWPP will allow us to re-emphasize with a new updated plan protecting the community from fire. It is an accurate based on modeling and the most current data and science, the understanding of the fire risks that we face here in this community. I really have to hand it to the team that you're going to see present today that has really put their running shoes on. We are under some time constraints from the CAL FIRE grant. We have to have this done a year faster than what would typically be done. And the team has done amazing work. And I also want to thank the community for their involvement. We had approximately 75 people at the first public hearing before things shut down with COVID. We quickly pivoted to an online community public hearing where we had 45 or 50 community members. We received all kinds of great feedback. We continue to receive great emails from the community, questions, concerns, comments, and it really reinforces how important this is to the community. We thank the feedback. We thank the community for their feedback, and we continue. We're looking forward to additional feedback. So with that, I would like to hand it off to the rest of our team here to take it from here, but out of gratitude and protecting the community. Thank you, Commission. Amber?
Thank you, Chief Nickel. Thank you for going to the next slide too. So as the Chief alliterated to, this is a very large effort that's taken the involvement from multiple city departments, subject matter experts, and stakeholders throughout the community. In addition to Chief Nickel, Fire Marshal Poirier, and myself, I'd like to quickly introduce the rest of the team who's here to provide information, answer some questions, and hear the feedback. From the planning department within the city, we have Rosie Dicey. She's here to ensure the consistency with our plan amongst other city plans and land use requirements. We have Scott Eckhart from Dudek, who brings to us 19 years of natural resource and forest management experience. He'll be talking to us about the CWPP hazard assessment modeling and mapping. And we have Jessica Kinahan, who's the project manager for the environmental impact report from Dudek. She's going to be providing the nuts and bolts of the scoping hearing, as well as providing with us an overview of the programmatic environmental impact report and define for us the environmental issues for analysis as we move forward. Timmy, if you can go to the next slide. So as you know, CWPP is a large effort that involves public input, participation, and buy-in. And the number one thing that we are going to accomplish is to keep our public informed. And to do that, we developed a website that hosts our draft documents, our news releases, and our maps, as well as offers an opportunity for the public to subscribe to emails to receive the latest information as it comes available. The website address is at the bottom of that slide at cwpp.santabarbaraca.gov. Next slide, Timmy. As mentioned, this project is being run under the direction of CAL FIRE, and this is our very compressed timeframe to accomplish the project within about 18 months. You can see that we're about in the middle of this project. We have done a lot of work leading up to this point to develop our CWPP, and this is the first of 4 hearings that we have before us before we present our environmental impact report and CWPP for City Council recommendations in March of 2021 before we turn it over to CAL FIRE for their final approval. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jessica.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Jessica Kinahan. I'm a Senior Project Manager with Dudek. Thank you for letting us be here today. Picking up on what a scoping hearing is, it is under the California Environmental Quality Act, otherwise known as CEQA, which was a law that was passed in 1970 under Governor Reagan. And the primary purpose of CEQA really is to disclose impacts and to inform the public about the extent of a project. And so really its goal is an open, transparent public process where you're also able to discuss alternatives and look at the holistic aspects of the project. So what we will be looking at today as part of our scoping hearing is providing an overview of the CWPP. We'll touch on the notice of preparation and the initial study checklist, which I'll talk about a little bit more later in our presentation. And most importantly, we're here to request input on the scope of the Program Environmental Impact Report, or PEIR. We'll look at discussing alternatives, mitigation, and also keep you in the loop about future opportunities as to how you can stay involved. Next slide, please. So what is a Program EIR? This is a specific type of document under the CEQA guidelines where the lead agency or the agency that has primary responsibility for carrying out a project makes a determination about the type of environmental analysis that's appropriate. And what is different with a program EIR is that it's generally focused in a larger geographical area with many actions that would take place under one regulatory framework. It's not intended to be a project-specific level of detail, so you won't get into the minutia that you might see on other projects, but it is intended to be a broader look at an overall project. Next slide, please. So unfortunately, it looks like our formatting got a little wonky here, but on the PER process overview, so we're at the place where we are at the NOP comment period and the scoping hearing, which that period will go from July 3rd through August 3rd. Once that period concludes, the draft program environmental impact report will be prepared and released for public comment. So that is another checkpoint in the process where the public will have an opportunity to comment on the project. Once those comments are set forth, those comments will be incorporated into the final program EIR, which will be released for review and ultimately certification along with the CWPP at City Council. With that, I will turn it over to my colleague, Scott Eckhart, to take you through the CWPP itself.
Thank you, Jessica. Good afternoon. Just a brief overview of the CWPP itself. Community Wildfire Protection Plan is a comprehensive plan intended to mitigate the impact of wildland fire to the city. It is an update to the city's 2004 Wildland Fire Plan, which was formally recognized as the city's CWPP in 2011. The document evaluates fire hazard in the city and develops recommendations and recommended actions to reduce the threat of wildland fire to the community. Recommendations in the plan are related to fire codes and standards, funding, fire rehabilitation, evacuation, fire protection, vegetation and fuels management, and public education. Next slide, please. So part of the CWPP development process was to analyze fire hazard in the city. And this was an update to the hazard assessment conducted for the 2004 plan. And the hazard assessment informs some of the recommendations that are included in the plan. And there are two main recommendations that were informed by the hazard assessment. And those are recommended changes to the city's high fire hazard areas and additions to the city's vegetation management units. And we'll talk a little bit about those in subsequent slides. Next slide, please. So the hazard assessment itself included a lot of different variables, field assessments to look at vegetation, terrain, development patterns, other features in the city that contribute to fire hazard, analysis of spatial and mapping data relevant to fire hazard, modeling of fire behavior, potential fire behavior under extreme fire weather conditions, and a review of existing plans, codes, and standards related to fire protection in the city. The fire behavior modeling itself incorporated a lot of different components and characteristics, including terrain, vegetation or fuels, and incorporated local weather data, local wind and weather data. And we specifically looked at potential fire behavior occurring during an extreme sundowner wind event in the city. We looked at the outputs of flame length and crown fire potential. I'll mention a little bit more about those in a moment. And the modeling itself was conducted in a GIS or mapping platform, and that allowed us to identify geographic or specific areas in the city that had the potential for extreme fire behavior and areas where fire hazard would be high. Next slide, please. So this map is the result of the fire behavior modeling effort depicting a flame length output. Flame length is just one component of fire behavior, but an important one to consider. In general, higher or greater flame lengths create more extreme fire behavior and consequently a greater resistance to fire suppression and control efforts by firefighters. And the modeling itself, we looked at general trends in the city, and as you can see on the map, we observed more extreme fire behavior in the foothill and coastal areas of the city where terrain and fuels drive fire behavior. Next slide, please. Another variable we looked at in our hazard assessment was fire history. The city of Santa Barbara is no stranger to wildfire, as the chief mentioned here at the outset of the presentation. There have been a number of large and/or damaging fires in or near the city since the 2004 plan. In 2008, the T fire, the 2009 Hesacita fire, the Thomas fire in 2017, and the K fire last year. And typically these fires are pushing southward under sundown or wind events toward the city. I would note too that this map is represents a cataloged fire perimeters at the state level and omits fires that are small, 30 acres and less. So it doesn't pick up some smaller fires that are extinguished quickly. Next slide, please. So after modeling, we compared the fire behavior outputs with the city's existing high fire hazard areas and evaluated where there could potentially be changes in that area designation. We also considered other fire hazard mapping data, specifically the state level CAL FIRE fire hazard severity mapping, as well as Santa Barbara County mapping data. And those are shown on the map here in front of you. In the interest of time, I won't go into too much detail, but the current fire hazard areas are in the are designated as the extreme foothill, coastal interior, and coastal areas. The orange polygons you see are proposed additions in the foothill region, and the green and yellow are proposed additions in the coastal area of the city. And this map and these proposed additions were presented at our April 1st community workshop. Next slide, please. And so the CWPP provides recommended actions, as I mentioned, specific to the high fire hazard areas. It recommends adding and removing some areas. It also recommends consolidating and renaming some of these areas, specifically consolidating the coastal and coastal interior areas into the high fire hazard severity zone, and consolidating the foothill and extreme foothill zones, or rather areas, into the very high fire hazard severity zone. The reason for this recommended name change is so there's consistency with the state level CAL FIRE fire hazard severity zone mapping, the update of which is currently underway, and unfortunately is unlikely to be completed by the time the CWPP process is through. Next slide, please. This map shows vegetation management units in the city. Vegetation management units, or VMUs, are areas of land where the city can and has historically treated vegetation to reduce potential fire intensity. These areas enhance the fire protection capabilities in the city. So we looked at our fire behavior modeling and other hazard assessment data and compared those with the existing vegetation management units. We identified potential additions to these areas that considered the location of existing units and focused on closing gaps between those existing units, connecting the units themselves to logical boundaries such as roads, and adding units where extreme fire behavior was modeled or where fire history identified a need. And so again, these proposed modifications were presented at the April 1st community workshop. Next slide, please. And so the CWPP provides recommended actions associated with vegetation management units. It recommends adding the units you see here on the map in green. It recommends a prioritization of these units in terms of in what order they're treated, and the prioritization is based on the density of structures in or near those zones or those units, the travel time from city and county fire stations to those areas, as well as the treatment history of those zones. And the document recommends clarifying and updating some of the vegetation management techniques, standards, and best management practices. So with that, I will turn it back to Jessica. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott. So looking at the initial study, this is based on a standard CEQA checklist that defines certain resource areas for consideration when you're looking at environmental impacts of a project. Next slide, please. So as you can see, there are many resource areas that have been considered. Certain resource areas have actually been added in the most recent CEQA updates at the end of 2018. But in doing our analysis as part of the initial study, we have been able to look at areas where we feel definitively we can screen out from further consideration in the program EIR, and certain resource areas where we can see that there's a potential for a significant impact and it needs to be evaluated further in the EIR. Next slide. So in this particular area, we've been able to look at agricultural and forestry resources, energy, mineral resources, and population and housing, and determined that there would not be a potential for a significant impact and therefore did not need to be considered further in the EIR. However, next slide, please. The remaining resource areas are areas where we do feel there is a potential for an environmental impact that would need to be analyzed in greater detail in the EIR. Next slide, please. So just as part of our EIR scoping hearing outreach, I just wanted to touch on the fact that the materials are posted to the CWPP website, so you're able to see the NOP and the initial study. We've reached out via email, and there's also, as the chair had mentioned, newspaper ads regarding this particular hearing today. We've mailed the notice of preparation to multiple agencies and stakeholders who've requested it. And this is also posted on the State Office of Planning and Research, OPR, State CEQA.net website. So there's multiple facets where you can gain this information. Next slide.
Ms. Kinahan, are we wrapping up and turning it back over to the fire department representatives?
Correct. Yes, I have this slide and then it goes back to our fire department. Thank you. So most important today for the scoping hearing, we are really focused on your input on what you perceive should be included in the program environmental impact report. You can see the areas where you can provide the comment. Please provide your comments by 4 p.m. on August 3rd. And with that, I'll turn it over to Amber.
Actually, turning back to me. I'm posting the slide of the timeline up here just for references so that people can see it. We are completed, and I thank the team for bringing that in 20 minutes. So with that being said, if the commission has any questions for us, we're prepared to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Poirier. At this time, we're going to go to public comment. I don't know also if we can have a split screen of both the public comment process, which you now see before you, along with the timeline. But if not, we can come back to that timeline because I think it may be helpful. Ms. Kokinda, any members of the public who wish to speak on this item?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have, again, if you're interested in speaking on this item, please raise your hand using the hand icon on your GoToWebinar control panel, and I will call on you. I see Mr. Bob Hart. I have just unmuted you, Mr. Hart. If you could please unmute yourself by clicking on the microphone icon, and you will have 2 minutes to speak.
And Ms. Kokinda, if I could ask Mr. Poirier, could you turn off your webcam and audio during the public comment? Thank you. We'll bring you back on shortly.
And one more time, Mr. Bob Hart. There we go. It looks like your audio is on. You have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz and commissioners. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today on the scoping of this plan. I'm Bob Hart. I'm the CEO of the Santa Barbara Association of Realtors, speaking on behalf of them and as a homeowner in the Bel Air Knolls area. One thing that we've noticed is that the Bel Air Knolls area, Vista del Campo condominiums below, are being included in a high fire zone where they have never been before. History doesn't show that these areas should be included in the high fire zone. It shouldn't be scoped as part of this. Even the modeling doesn't put it at a level that I would think would make it high fire. But the benefits to the community are not going to be outweigh the disadvantages to homeowners. That we have a situation where a disclosure that the home is in a high fire zone will decrease its value. So we're very, very concerned about that. They're saying that housing is automatically stricken from this, and I think in your scoping it needs to be included. Because if additional areas are added as high fire, it gives the city the ability to say no ADUs would be allowed. And that would adversely affect the ability to add additional housing in our community. So housing is something that should be considered in your environmental impact report. We are very much in favor of fire safety. I want to make sure that we understand that, but we also want to make sure that we understand what areas need to be protected. As the chief started, he was saying that, fire starts in the forest area and then burns down to the city. And that's traditionally what has happened. So we haven't had a situation where we have something in the Bel Air Knolls area. For the 27 years we've lived here, we've never been evacuated. We don't see that we should be labeled the same as those areas that are up against the national forest, and it would have a negative impact on our ability to get insurance, our ability to build ADUs, and the values of our homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hart. Any other speakers, Ms. Kokinda?
I don't see any other hands raised, Chair Schwartz, but I would just ask members of the public one last time, if you wish to speak on this item, to please raise your hand using the hand icon and I will call on you. And I don't see any other hands raised at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Kokinda. So now we're going to bring it back to the commission.
Chair Schwartz, I'm
Yes,
so sorry
Ms.
to.
Rydell.
Yes, thank you. I'm so sorry to interrupt. This is Heidi Rydell. I just wanted to have you acknowledge the written correspondence the commission received.
Thank you, Ms. Rydell. Are there any details pertaining to that you'd like to comment on, or how members of the public can access the public comment letters?
We are still working on our process to make written public comment available to the public, but we did receive correspondence from members of the public, and they were distributed to the commission prior to this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rydell. We'll continue to follow up with you on that. So now back to the commission again for questions of any members of the applicant team. Could we have a slide up, please, of the full applicant team so that the commissioners can direct their questions to appropriate representatives? And the reason I say this is, in the interest of time, we don't want to have one question answered by every single one of the members of the team. So we want to be selective and strategic in terms of to whom we're directing a question, or Mr. Poiré or Ms. Anderson could certainly guide us in terms of which team member is most appropriate, but we just want to avoid redundancy. So now to Commissioner Wiscombe for questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm very excited to have this before us. I wrote out my questions, so forgive me if I'm reading them, but, and I don't know who they go to, so perhaps Fire Marshal Poiré could direct them to the appropriate person. But they're all related to the scoping that we saw, the explanations we saw in the staff report of the scoping for the programmatic EIR. My first question is on page 7, and forgive me, I'm going to jump around, page 7 of 202, section I, hydrology and water quality, drainage, stormwater, runoff, water quality, and creeks, states that further analysis is needed to assess the CWPP's potential to impact stormwater runoff, and potentially significant impacts may result. And then if you go on to staff report, page 11 of 202, section Q, wildfire, it says slopes and runoff states that removal of vegetation and controlled burns could result in an increase of surface flows, but due to the limited nature of these activities, CWPP impacts would be less than significant. So this seems to be a contradiction to me in those two sections, and I just wonder if one of you could address that. Perhaps a member of the DUDEC team.
Chair and Commissioner Wiscombe, this is Jessica from DUDEC. Thank you for pointing that out. So I think the consideration with I agree that the way that it is presented could have been better laid out. I think that the primary focus in wildfire is really looking at controlled burns and the consequences of controlled burns, where you may be reducing vegetation to a certain level of the soil, whereas when you're dealing with any kind of vegetation removal, you may actually be disturbing the root structure and therefore potentially causing additional soil runoff as a consequence of that. But your point's a good one, and I think we can address that through the discussion in the EIR.
Okay, thank you for the answer to that. Okay, so my second question is staff report, page 8 of 202J, land use planning conflict with plans for avoiding environmental effect is a potentially significant impact. And since channel work and ring nets were installed in Montecito post mudslides following the Thomas fire, is this section where the analysis of impacts for similar installation would occur should it be necessary in the city of Santa Barbara?
Joe, do you want me to take that question as well?
Yes, if you would, Jessica.
Okay, certainly. Thank you, Chair, Commissioner Wiscombe. So I think the CWPP at this level, and I may also have my colleague Scott Eckert chime in as far as the scope and extent of the CWPP goes. The measures that we are looking at as part of the CWPP, if they do propose items that would affect a channel or a creek or otherwise, we would look at that in relationship to the existing land use policies in effect, as well as other policies such as biological resource protection. I'm just thinking of, those are the ones that are jumping to mind immediately, but yes, we would look at that as part of the PEIR.
Okay, that's great. That's a really good answer. Thank you for that. And then on staff report, page 4 of 202, E, cultural resources, and then staff report, I'm gonna drive Timmy nuts. Page 10 of 202, P, tribal and cultural resources. They seem repetitive. How do they differ? So how do section E, cultural resources, how does that differ from P, tribal and cultural resources?
I assume I will take this one as well, Joe, if that's okay.
Don't mean to put you on the spot.
Chair Commissioner Wiscombe. So the cultural resources and tribal cultural resources were identified as two separate resource areas in CEQA, if I recall correctly, about 5 years ago. And so the intent through identifying tribal cultural resources is that it allows opportunities of Native American tribes to have a greater input in the process and to look at resources that may be specific to Native American tribes that may not otherwise have been considered as in cultural resources. So they are obviously related, but they are in their own two independent areas. And DUDEC is a part of our support of the city in this, is looking at outreach to tribal cultural resource entities, as well as doing a cultural records search that will cover all of those various items. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. Okay, and then my next question is staff report, page 9 of 202, section M, public services and utilities, fire, police, schools, parks, and public facilities, states that the CWPP would be a continuation of ongoing efforts utilizing firefighting resources, including management of prescriptive burn areas and vegetation management activities. I've shortened that up a little bit, taken out some of it. The CWPP is not anticipated to increase demand for any of these services. Therefore, impacts would be less than significant and wouldn't be analyzed any further. But if you then go to table 8 of the draft, page 92 of 202, vegetation management unit and community fuels treatment network modifications. On page 92, this is just an example. You see area ID 28 through 46, which is their, so they're all proposed, they're all high, and they're all in addition. And this area encompasses over 390 acres. So is this not an increased demand for vegetation management services and an increased demand for departmental services, which is kind of contrary to them saying there's no impact?
I couldn't quite hear you.
Oh, sorry.
Could you please repeat what you said?
Sorry, Siri's talking to me. She wants to answer. Did you want Siri to answer the question?
Siri, please do.
If I could address part of that answer, the change in high fire hazard area may impact the fire department and our ability to do the vegetation management projects, that encompass the CWPP as a whole, but it won't change the city services that we currently provide to those areas, and will continue to do so. In other words, the hydrants will be the same, our access ways will be the same as we have them now. The only thing different would be that we might be doing more vegetation management in those areas. So the city infrastructure that exists will remain and it won't change.
So do you then believe that where the report says or the staff report says that, and I realize it's a staff report, says that the CWPP is not anticipated to increase demand for any of these services, therefore impacts would be less than significant. Are you saying, Fire Marshal Poirier, that there's just not going to be that the vegetation management is going to be insignificant in those new areas?
If anything, what we believe is that vegetation management projects that we do will actually decrease the need for fire department services because it'll decrease the fire hazard, or it'll decrease the intensity of a fire once it starts. And so we won't need to commit as many resources to extinguish the fire. So that's basically the trade-off where we feel it will.
So you're saying it's a net decrease is what you're saying. It's
That's
a
right.
net decrease. Okay,
Yes.
that's great. Okay, very good. And then I'm going on, I just have a couple more questions. In section 5.2.5, which is page 105 of 202 of the CWPP draft, it discusses economics. And looking back to the EIR scoping, aren't there potentially significant economic impacts for properties and areas proposed to be added to the high fire hazard areas? There's potential insurance costs, there's redevelopment codes such as the structural hardening, which is discussed for existing property owners in these areas. And there's also increased costs for vegetation management by the department. So I'm asking, shouldn't the EIR scoping include, I realize it's not on that CEQA short list for a programmatic, I hadn't seen that list before, a programmatic EIR, but shouldn't it include a discussion of economic impacts?
I'm not sure about the CEQA aspects of it. Maybe Jessica can answer that question. But as far as what the difference between the programmatic and another type of EIR. I can certainly see your point and appreciate the question.
Yeah, commissioners and Commissioner Wiscombe specifically. So CEQA is, I suppose, somewhat unique in the sense that it really is targeting physical environmental impacts, and doesn't really take into consideration the economics behind the physical impacts. So I think in the context of your consideration of the CWPP as a whole, that may need to be part of your discussion and conversation. But from a standpoint of the environmental effects, it's really focused on the CEQA Appendix G checklist and providing responses to those particular items in that checklist. And there really isn't a forum or topical area where you can really focus in on economic considerations.
Okay, well, in follow-up to that, I noticed when you crossed off the less than significant impacts on that list, there was a category for population and housing, and that wasn't even included in our report. Yeah, it's right there in the first column. And perhaps that's a place for it, or why was that crossed off and then not, the rest of these cross-offs were discussed, but that didn't seem to get discussed.
Yeah, and it's an excellent question, Grace. Generally, again, coming back to the CEQA Appendix G checklist, for population and housing, the two questions that are asked in the standard template format are really, as a result of your project, are you going to drive an increase in housing, or are you going to cause an impact as a consequence of increased housing? Those are really the primary purposes of that. Or are you going to induce significant population to your area as a consequence of your project? So the economics, and I again hear what you're saying about the consideration of economics, but in the context of that CEQA Appendix G checklist, the consideration as part of population and housing doesn't really allow for that topic to be broached in that particular way.
So is there, when you look at this checklist, is there a place for a category, since you have an economic analysis in the draft CWPP, is there a place within your programmatic EIR for economic analysis that may result in significant impacts?
As our document is framed right now, we do not have an additional conversation about economic impact. I see Allison's jumping on. I don't know if Allison wants to chime in. I'll pause there.
Yes, thank you. Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Wiscombe, I just wanted to reiterate what Ms. Kinahan had said earlier, that CEQA is focused on the physical impacts of a project, which is why economics doesn't typically play into that. Where it may come into play is during the alternatives analysis. Sometimes if there are class 1 significant impacts, there may be a statement of overriding considerations that is required. And that's the point at which economic factors may come into play.
Okay, thank you for that. And I have one final question that's really not really related to the scoping, but in the goals of the action plan, which is page 107 of 202 of the draft, states that the goal is to protect lives, property, and natural resources and reduce hazards through fire protection, fuel hazard reduction, public education, preparedness, and community involvement. I think you can check all of those. You're really working hard on all of those. But with respect to the areas proposed to be eliminated from the CWPP because they're no longer in the city and they were included in the 2004 plan, but are now going to get eliminated, and because fire doesn't know any boundaries, isn't there a risk to public safety by removing them without notice? Or are you specifically noticing people that they are being removed from that and that they are under the county jurisdiction?
Commissioner Wiscombe, I think that Scott may be able to speak to this better than I can, but the areas that are outside of the city that were inadvertently included in 2004, or other areas that are adjacent to us, like our partners in Montecito and Santa Barbara County, Mission Canyon is a good example. Just because it isn't within our CWPP doesn't mean that it's not within theirs. So it's all of these areas are still going to be in a very high fire severity zone. Mr. Scott, if you have anything to add to that.
That's correct, Joe. Thank you. And thank you, Vice Chair Wiscombe. The areas that are proposed to be removed from the city's high fire hazard areas are now outside of city jurisdiction, but they are within the county's high fire hazard zone currently. So effectively, there is not a change, with the exception of that they're not addressed in the city document now.
So these property owners already know to call county fire rather than city fire, even though they were included in the 2004 plan. I mean, generally, is that? I mean, typically,
yeah.
If you got a call from,
I would hate to speculate. I would presumably, if they dial 911, then
they get directed to the proper
exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and all of you. I appreciate the report, and those are the extent of my questions.
Thank you. As we continue on with commissioner questions, I don't know if I saw Commissioner Lodge next, but I did want to just remind our commission of two things. That today we did receive public input. That was part one of our obligations. The second is to provide direction to staff on the scope of the programmatic environmental impact report. So as we ask questions, just know we need to come back around to provide direction on scope. So if you could please keep that in mind. Now let's go. Commissioner Lodge, were you next for questions?
I don't know, but I'll go next.
Thank you. Please do.
I want to thank Commissioner Wiscombe to start with for asking some of the questions I had, so I don't need to ask those. This is kind of a procedural question. public comment. For example, we got a letter from the Santa Barbara Audubon Society with a lot of concerns about how the impact on wildlife, on birds in particular, would be affected by the work that would be done as part of the program. My understanding, well, if I'm correct, that all comments will be responded to, and might the issues that the Audubon Society brought up become part of the entire EIR rather than simply a question or comments that were responded to at the end. And Ms. Kinahan, yeah, I think you're the one that needs to answer that one.
Certainly, Commissioner Lodge specifically. So we are through the scoping process as the comments are being submitted. They're being consolidated and they will be addressed through the EIR process. To your point about potential impacts, in the event that the measures the fire department needs to put into place to manage vegetation for public safety, if those measures, for example, since we're talking about Audubon and potentially bird impacts, so if there is a measure the fire department needs to put into place that would conflict with birds, and that is found to be a significant impact, the purpose of CEQA is to disclose the impact so that the decision maker and public can be aware of that and mitigate that impact to the extent possible. So you reduce that impact, disclose that, but ultimately it is upon the city council to make the determination, and it's something called a statement of overriding considerations. So effectively, in non-CEQA terms, the city council is saying we acknowledge this as an impact and we're making the decision to move forward with this project anyway. So just because you have a significant unavoidable impact doesn't mean that a project can't be approved. It just means that it has to be done so with full disclosure and mitigated to the extent feasible. So from the standpoint of there could be bird impacts potentially found to be significant that the city council in their discretion will decide the fire protection measures provided outweigh the impacts to the birds.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. Commissioner Higgins, questions?
Yeah, two questions. One is on this, for reference in the executive summary, third paragraph, there's a sentence that says this program also recommends consolidating and renaming the high fire hazard area for consistency with state level high fire hazard severity zone mapping. So I think what that means is we're going to change the lingo up where we're mapping, just call it something else. Is that correct?
Commissioner Schwartz
One moment, Fire Marshal. Could we ask Mr. Bolton to put up on the screen the specific page that Commissioner Higgins is referencing? Thank you. This is very helpful.
In the third paragraph.
You did have it right, Commissioner Higgins. It's a nomenclature thing, and it goes back through history. When the Healthy Forest Restoration Act was first enacted in 2003, we were one of the first fire departments in the nation to create what we now call a CWPP. Back then we called the Wildland Fire Plan. We got ours completed in 2004, and we created these zones, the foothill and the extreme foothill and the coastal interior. And then as the state and others caught up with us, the state had nomenclature that was very high fire hazard severity zone and very high fire zones. And so what we've decided to do is to make our nomenclature match theirs, essentially. The effect is the same.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's my question. Is the effect the same? So it's a very good start in the beefy document. So that's my compliment around the fact that I didn't get to read it all word for word. So my question is there somewhere in this document or elsewhere where these the new nomenclature is detailed? And I guess what I'm getting at is it seems like we're going to assign some categories, some geographic territories to a category, and I want to make sure that category is well defined, or there's not a different set of parameters or limitations in a new category. And so we're not just getting a map without the definition. It would be like giving something a zone district name without a definition of what's allowable. That's my concern. Can you help me out there?
Yes, it will, Commissioner Higgins. For instance, because we're combining the extreme foothill and the foothill zones into the CAL FIRE, very high fire hazard severity zone, we are actually probably going to make the same conditions for, say, defensible space and vegetation management apply to both of those, what we now call two different zones, across the board as one zone. And that will be, that's detailed as part of the CWPP. And so when we pull it all together, the requirements are going to be the same for both. It'll just be
So,
under that.
so in the scoping, and maybe if this gets to, deliberations or comments, I just want to make sure we get really good definition about what the mapping categories entail and the connections to either maintenance or limitations, or if it's outside of the city's parameters with respect to insurance premiums, or just what do these category names really mean? So it's full disclosure in our EIR. And then my other question is about utility undergrounding. We've obviously heard a lot about the fact that fires can be started by overhead utility lines. Is there just not an appropriate funding source for that kind of discussion within the CWPP program, or why is that not appropriate here? I find myself wanting to read about that right now, and it's not really in there.
Commissioner Higgins, that's because the CWPP applies to what the fire department has the capacity and the plan to do. So we plan to do vegetation management. We plan to have defensible space requirements, and we plan to do things as a department and as a city that will help mitigate the fire danger. The electrical power lines are typically owned by the power company, and they would be a separate project that would be undertaken by the utility. And if they were underground, like high power lines, for instance, the lines that come down Sycamore Canyon, that would be a significant project that would probably require its own EIR just to accomplish that. But it's not a city project. That's why it's not included. It's not something we have the power to do.
So I get that. It's too bad. I'll save a comment on that for later. I do have one more question, Madam Chair, for either staff or Ms. Kinahan about CEQA here. And I understand the limitations of the analysis in terms of the effect of the project on the environment, but the reverse is where we're not supposed to go, the effect of the environment on the project. But it does seem like there's quite a bit of extraneous, I'll call it extraneous, effects of this project on housing, transportation. If for example, if we wanted to just blanket the entire city with high fire, we'd have much less traffic. And I think that's the heart of the matter as it relates to ADUs. The service rate goes up, because the traffic goes down, but there's not a lot of discussion about traffic benefits as a result of the mapping designations. And so, much like economic impacts or economic benefits, you're not going to get into that in a CEQA analysis, but it sure seems like there's potentially a lot lacking for the bigger picture of your analysis, and an opportunity to really talk about that stuff too. Do you have any place outside of the EIR scope to talk about that as an addendum or something like that?
So Commissioner Higgins, so if I'm understanding you correctly, you're looking at not just transportation also, and something maybe to the effect of economics to get incorporated potentially as a technical analysis as maybe in an appendix in the EIR? Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, just a slightly broader scope.
We can certainly take that into consideration and discuss that with the fire department staff and see if we can incorporate that analysis into the EIR.
It occurs to me that, you know, the cooperation of other agencies or the utility districts is missing in this. And I know it's not within your purview and probably requires a lot more coordination, and we don't really have time for that, but it's just a question that I have. So food for thought for now, at least. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. Commissioner Reed, questions?
Yes, thanks, Chair Schwartz. First off, this is an incredibly impressive amount of information and an impressive process, so happy to be a part of it. I only have a couple questions, and they're related, I believe. Going back to Commissioner Wiscombe's question on population and housing, I also noticed that in the staff report under the scope of analysis, the areas that were stricken, including population and housing, weren't addressed, but I'm referencing page 51 on Exhibit B, which is the initial study. If we could pull that up. So sorry, this is Exhibit B, I believe, the initial study.
Do we have a page number for that, Commissioner Reed, by chance?
Yeah, it's page 51 of the initial study, and that was a.
Not in our packet, not of our total packet. Okay.
Well, it was an HTML attachment. So maybe we can't pull that up. I can just reference it. So I'll just go ahead and reference it. So it's under the section for 13, population and housing, and it states under impact evaluation guidelines. There's 2 bullet points, and one of those 2 bullet points states a loss, and these are potentially significant impacts to population and housing. And they could involve one of these 2 bullet points, the second of which states a loss of substantial number of people or housing units, especially loss of lower cost housing. And so I just, my question is, can this be introduced into the scope of analysis, or am I reading this wrong? Does this fall out of it?
I'll, Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Reed, I'll start, and then if Ms. Kinahan wants to add anything. So the CEQA analysis is based on existing conditions. So when the initial study is being filled out, it's not based on the potential number of accessory dwelling units that could be built in an area. It's based on what exists on the ground. And so the project won't affect existing housing units that are on the ground.
Okay. And what, Fire Marshal may have answered this, and maybe this is something that gets addressed at City Council, but Ms. DeBusk, when would there be an appropriate opportunity to analyze that effect and that impact, or wouldn't there be?
Commissioner Reed, I think that's something that would be appropriate to analyze as part of the CWPP itself. And then also there will be additional discussion, I'm sure, as the Planning Commission is considering proposed amendments to the city's accessory dwelling unit ordinance, which is actually scheduled for your review on August 6th. But I think a discussion could be part of the document, the CWPP document, just not necessarily the environmental review of that document.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Ms. DeBusk. And then lastly, referencing back to the staff report and the scope of analysis, Commissioner Wiscombe also read a section from the slopes and runoff under Q of wildfire, which stated that it would have a less than significant impact. And I'm just comparing that, for example, against section C under air quality, which states that it would have a potentially significant impact. And my question is, at this point and in this scope of analysis that we're being presented, there's a disconnect for me in how this report is coming to those determinations. I think there might be a bias in our community towards runoff and considering the effects of the debris flow on our community, and wondering, can we potentially include that just to satisfy that sensitivity versus under air quality, as I read it, and it's stated as a potentially significant impact. The staff report states that the project's potential emissions would, for the most part, and this is on page 3 of the staff report, come from the mechanized equipment such as chainsaws, weed chips, or weed whips, wood chippers, and vehicles. Vehicles used are typically small utility trucks and pickups used to haul chipping machines on surface streets that remove cut brush from vegetation management and road clearing projects. When I read that as a potentially significant impact, I mean, I don't understand. I don't see how that process under the CWPP could be any less impacting. And so why are we proposing further review on air quality and not on others? Is my very wordy question.
I think, and I'll bring Jessica back in here to discuss this a little bit too, but I think that we do talk about erosion and those types of effects in the geological section. Jessica?
Correct, Commissioners, Fire Marshal Foray, you are correct, yes. And I am looking through the document. I agree that the assessment of impacts in wildfire should be carried forward as potentially significant. And I think that in comparison to air quality, looking at issues with air quality versus wildfire, you will be looking at potential greenhouse gas emissions and particulate matter emissions, and all of that does relate to one another. So I hear what you're saying, and I appreciate your input on this as far as the PEIR goes. And I think what that means is we just need to take a closer look at wildfire in the PEIR. In addition, I'm also hearing with population and housing, from what I am hearing from the commission, that the direction would be that the population and housing analysis needs to be carried forward into the EIR, although the initial study had dismissed it. So hearing that as well, and I can take that into consideration.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Kinahan. And then last brief clarifying question. On the staff report, letter J, land use planning, the last part of that section states a conflict with plans for avoiding environmental impact or effect. And it states the question of whether the plan conflicts with plans for avoiding environmental effect is a potentially significant impact. I don't fully understand that statement. And if you could just, if you could clarify what that means exactly, that'd be helpful.
Certainly, Commissioner Reed, so we're discussing the land use section, and if you'll bear with me just a moment, I have it up on my screen to make sure I'm looking at your assessment, the language. But essentially, when you're looking at land use policies, and making sure that in the city of Santa Barbara has multiple plans and policies, all of which overlap but have some components that touch on procedures that may be affected by the CWPP. So I bring back the biology example where the CWPP measures may potentially conflict with something that's in another policy or plan. So that's part of the analysis that would get carried forward in the EIR, and we would look at that more closely. And in the event there was a potential conflict, again, the purpose of the EIR is disclosure to the public, to the decision makers. And it may also highlight something that in the future, the city council may elect to move forward and make revisions to other plans and policies and documents that the city has in place. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, that's helpful. That's all I have. Thank you very much for your work.
Thank you, Commissioner Reed. Commissioner Escobedo, questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just thank you for this really extensive staff report and document. It was really impressive and tons of really great information. I feel pretty comfortable with where the scope of the program EIR is heading with my fellow commissioners' comments. I did have a couple of questions, and I'm kind of piggybacking on Commissioner Higgins when he was talking about renaming the foothill and extreme foothill, and we were changing to the very high fire hazard severity zone, and then the coastal, and it's the coastal inland or interior zone that's going to become the high fire hazard severity zone. And I know that the ADU ordinance, and this might be for Ms. DeBusk, the ADU ordinance is coming to Planning Commission in August, and then it'll be forwarded to City Council. But how would do we know, or will we determine in the future how these new definitions will apply to that urgency ordinance that was passed by City Council? Because it affected a homeowner's ability to build an ADU or a junior ADU in only the extreme foothill and the foothill zone, but didn't discuss the coastal or the coastal interior zone. And so my question is, with this name change, is the same going to be true, or yeah, I guess let's start there.
I think Rose is going to
Chair-
take this one.
Yeah. Sorry, Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Escobedo. So the adoption of this CWPP is not anticipated until about March 2021, and we fully intend to have our own city adopted ADU ordinance prior to that and before the urgency ordinance expires. So it really shouldn't change anything that was in the interim urgency ordinance.
So I guess my question is, when we adopt the ADU ordinance, are we going to take into consideration the new terms that we are going to be using as of March 2021? Because the urgency ordinance, and I imagine that the new ADU ordinance might take this into consideration of the old terms, the extreme foothills and the foothill zones.
Yes, Commissioner, that's a great question. So you'll be seeing the draft ordinance soon for accessory dwelling units. But what we've done in that ordinance is to refer to the names as they exist now, and then refer to or as may be amended or adopted with the CWPP by City Council. So it sort of covers what exists now and what may exist in the future. We're trying to make it a little more, I would say, almost generic in the ordinance, so we don't get tripped up with different names.
Fantastic. Yep, that's a perfect answer. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's my only question. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Escobedo. Commissioner Bonder, some questions, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair Schwartz. I just want to start by commending everyone who's involved in the project of this caliber. I am someone who strongly encourages and hopes and begs for this kind of detail and attention from the county fire, because I've personally gone through several evacuations and fire hits very close to home for me. That being said, my only question today is this. how is your team cooperating and collaborating with the County of Santa Barbara and Montecito and anyone else that touches our boundaries at the city? And how can you speak to us on what exactly is being done to make sure that that collaboration is placed to help reduce the potential conflict that we've heard about, and the possible, you mentioned the multiple plans and processes that overlap. Not only does that happen within our own documentation, but also with the adjacency of the county. And so can you just speak to us a little bit on how that communication and that process is being dealt with so that we can help reduce those conflicts as we move forward with this documentation you're putting forth?
Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Bonderson, that's a great question. And we have really close associations with our everyone from the Forest Service to Montecito to County Fire, particularly in this project. And I'd like to bring Amber back if she's still able to click her camera on, because she is our point person for contacting and cooperating with these agencies. So Amber, if we could expand on that a little bit, I think we have a great program going.
Yeah, one of the primary goals of the CWPP update is to work collaboratively with our adjoining jurisdictions. That was something that was left out of our 2004 plan beyond identifying what was known then as the Community Fuels Treatment Network. So we've done a lot of work with CAL FIRE, Santa Barbara County Fire, Mission Canyon, and Montecito, and have reached out to them when we were developing and identifying changes to our high fire hazard area and our vegetation management unit areas. This goes back to some of the previous commissioners' questions with regards to the name change. One of the driving factors in the name change was to ensure that consistency between jurisdictions because there are overlapping boundaries. And why were we calling it a foothill high fire hazard area when no other jurisdiction throughout the state recognizes that name? So that's part of that consistency and the collaboration working with the adjacent jurisdictions.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ms. Anderson. I'm happy to hear that. I was particularly curious when the previous commissioners had brought that up and the answers that had been put forth, because I was hoping to hear, and what I think I heard, correct me if I'm wrong, is that the county and the city and CAL FIRE, everyone who's involved with this project, will likely be adopting the same language and universally crisscrossing so that the amendments that are made to one document will match and speak the same language as the others. Am I correct?
That's absolutely correct. In fact, from the county level with Rob Hazard, that's one of his goals as fire marshal with County Fire Department, is to ensure the collaboration across the entire front country of Santa Barbara when it comes to vegetation management and identification of our high fire hazard areas.
I am beyond thrilled to hear that. I'm really glad because I think that it's going to really help help everyone involved in our community just to be able to work together and make sure that we're all working towards the same goals. I just want to extend a really heartfelt thank you to everyone for this project. I was very pleased to see it come forward to the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonderson. I have a few questions before we come back to the Commission for deliberations. Again, we are to provide direction to staff on the scope of this programmatic environmental impact report. My first question, whoever would like to take this, is whether or not you have sought input from any other state agencies other than the Office of Planning and Research.
I'll take the first part of this. We have a large stakeholder group that includes multiple state agencies. I see Jessica just clicked on as well.
Joe, I can, excuse me, Chair Fire Marshal Poré. I was just going to build upon that and say we've had an open dialogue with the Coastal Commission, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and as Joe, Fire Marshal Poré had mentioned, there is an extensive list of stakeholders that have been engaged through this process.
Okay, do we have a list of those other state agencies? by chance available to put up on the screen, or did I overlook maybe a list in our packet? And if not, I'll move on to my next question. If we don't
I
have
don't
it
know
ready.
if I have it handy to share. Maybe Amber has it up on her screen. If we could get Ms. Anderson back.
That's fine. That's fine. I'll move right along. So to the CEQA topic areas, if we could put that slide back up. I heard various references as some of my colleagues were asking questions and perhaps subtly making requests, and I wanted to follow up there. I heard the term population. Well, here we have population slash housing that's been eliminated, and I want to ask you more about that. And then I also heard from a number of my colleagues, economic impact. And I know that these are growing in interest as CEQA topic areas by some of the state legislators. I've been following that. Is this, if I during deliberations, if I request along with my colleagues that those be added to the topic areas, this says population housing really would be reinstated. Is that going to be acceptable to the fire department?
It would be acceptable to the fire department, but I'm no CEQA expert, so if I could ask Ms. Kinahan to come back on for a second, just to find out, is that a...
Yeah. So I guess what I'll so a two-parter, population slash housing, which we see was crossed out. Can we reinstate that? And then also economic impact.
Chair Schwartz, population and housing, absolutely. The economic impact, as we heard Commissioner Higgins note, actually several commissioners have noted, we can definitely look at that issue and discuss with the fire department what the best mechanism is to provide either through the CWPP potentially, and it may be outside the scope of the EIR per se, but it might be included as an analysis in the CWPP itself to help discuss the economic impacts of that, or just disclose the impacts of that. But we can definitely look at that.
I think we would really start to get ahead of a wave of interest and possible new legislation if we roll up our sleeves and conduct this sort of analysis and incorporate it. And I'll talk more about that later. Then I wanted to ask you if we could put back up the map. I don't have a page for our map of our city, which shows in various colors, currently extreme foothill, and then we go to coastal interior and coastal with different colorings. Could we do that? Yes, and can we enlarge that, Mr. Bolton, possibly? So my question to the applicant team is whether or not you've discussed with other jurisdictions outside of Santa Barbara County how they are approaching a similar project to ours, given those jurisdictions that both have wildland, a wildland urban interface, as well as coastal, since these are quite diverse in terms of considerations of wildfire management and the wildland urban interface management.
Chair Schwartz, we have, in fact, we're in constant communication with them, with our neighboring jurisdictions over all of these maps and what we're doing in terms of changing the zones and adding and subtracting and all that. They have copies of it, and they have had a very instructive and on point comments for us as the CWPP went on and we were creating the CWPP. I'm not sure how they approach exactly the coastal zone aspect of it as opposed to the way we're doing it here. But we all have a little piece of the coast in our jurisdictions. So that, they certainly do have high fire areas that do descend to the beach. I think that we're looking at it in a similar fashion. We're just a little bit more densely populated than some of our neighbors. And hopefully
So
that
it looks
answers
like
the
we
question.
just lost Chair Schwartz. I might ask Vice Chair Wiscombe to come on, or we can take a short recess and wait for her to come back. And Vice Chair, you're still muted.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Kakinda, for the reminder. It's 3:31. Let's, oh, there she is. She's back. Let's keep going. Good. Chair Schwartz, can you test your mic? Are you there?
I'm back.
Okay, great.
Thank you. I had a Cox communication problem also, like Commissioner Lodge. Okay, very good. Back to you, Mr. Poirier, and my question. Are there specific communities you could mention for me that you've been in discussion with that have similar, topographies and fire planning considerations?
Yes, especially our neighbors, Montecito, Santa Barbara County, Carpinteria, Summerlin, and mostly county, within the county type agencies. But we're in contact with other fire agencies throughout the state on various things. But since they're not adjacent to us, they're not so much impacted by our CWPP. So they're not necessarily stakeholders, other than the big agencies like CAL FIRE, who we do regard as a stakeholder in the Forest Service.
Okay. All right. I'll save my follow-on for deliberations there. And then we received a letter from a local professional organization asking if we would consider an overlay in the areas that need to comply with high fire hazard landscape guidelines and defensible space requirements. Could you talk about your thoughts regarding an overlay to be considered?
I think it would be a fairly easy thing to accomplish. Perhaps Mr. Eckhart could answer that more fully than I could.
Okay, okay, please, sorry about that. Mr. Eckhart?
Yeah, Chair Schwartz, I did receive a copy of the letter you referenced just now. In respect to an overlay versus a zoning change, I hate to keep passing it on, but I would probably want to defer to one of the planners of the city, possibly Rosie Deisty, to discuss how that would come into play. The intent of our analysis was to just simply look at what the hazard modeling and the hazard assessment told us about the conditions in the city and how that translates to hazard and what the city and residents can do in those areas to mitigate fire risk.
I'm interested in the implications of using an overlay in our policy making, in our mapping and policy making, and how that might, hopefully positively or productively affect other policies we have, because we have to synchronize our policies really and look strategically about how they fit together or how they may contradict and impede one another. And that's one of my key areas of interest. I don't know if Ms. Deisty has a comment. I think you mentioned Ms. Deisty.
Hi, Chair Schwartz. So I'm not sure if an overlay would be any different from assigning this to a high fire hazard severity zone. So I don't feel qualified to answer this without knowing more about the implications. It's not a zoning change per our zoning ordinance. It's just it almost functions like an overlay. I don't know if Ms. DeBusk wants to weigh in, but I don't see how this would be very different.
Well, I would think that a rezone is different than an overlay, but you're the planning expert, so maybe you could help me. Maybe there's a nuance there you could help me understand.
Thank you,
Yes,
Chair.
go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Chair Schwartz, in our zoning ordinance, we do have overlays. So I think that's where Rosie was going, is that a zoning overlay becomes a zoning issue, whereas currently these are mapped areas similar to our flood zones, where these are hazard areas and there may be different requirements, but they're not necessarily zoning related. Although, as you are aware, with some rules such as accessory dwelling units, it does start getting into that area. But I don't know that there's much of a benefit to creating this as a zoning overlay versus how it's currently proposed and how it's been in the past.
Okay, and may I go, lastly, could we go back to the CEQA topic areas? And my last question may be for our own staff, but I'll just ask it and whoever. So as I look at these all other areas to be analyzed in detail in the programmatic EIR, a question I have, which has come up before when we've worked on EIRs, is hierarchy of priorities, of importance. So, of course, that means we have to identify a value system, prioritization of values. And we discussed this when, and Commissioner Lodge might recall this, when she and I were working on the general plan back in 2010 and 2011. So I would like to know if, for next steps, if this list is going to be prioritized, and if you have any experience with that under CEQA. This again, by the way, Fire Marshal Poirier, is something I've heard that Sacramento legislators are interested in.
And if they are, we are, Chair Schwartz. I think that Jessica Kinahan probably can answer this a lot better than I can on the CEQA issues.
Very good. Ms. Kinahan.
Chair Schwartz, thank you. So from the standpoint of values and priorities, as it's laid out in the initial study at this time, we do identify the objectives in the project description section of the document, which highlights, I think it's about 10 or 12 objectives that sets forth prioritizing, for example, fire management policies, biological resource protection, maintaining a vibrant economy for the city. So from that standpoint, I think that at least at a preliminary level, we are setting forth the values that the city is considering as part of the project. As far as taking that a step further and identifying a more rigorous prioritization structure, I think and I'm opining here, and I probably would want to bring maybe some of our planners from the city and council actually involved, but I would think you could potentially expand upon that in maybe the project description of the EIR to set forth priorities that the fire department feels is critical. With that said, I am not familiar, and I will certainly look into this as we move forward with the program EIR, of how other jurisdictions would have presented a prioritization of resource areas, unless it's aligned with the general plan or, again, coming back to the project description for the document. So I will say that I hear you and that I will take this in to consideration, and we will circle back with the fire department on this particular topic to see if there is a way we can incorporate that into the EIR.
Yes, if you could look into what I would call best practices from other communities that are starting to evolve their wildfire planning, the mapping, the planning in a way that is, again, more strategic and nuanced, that goes beyond traditional, goes beyond how we have been planning and managing, especially our wildland urban interface mapping and management. So thank you. Those are my questions. And now I'd like to come back to the commission for deliberations. And again, we're providing direction to staff on the scoping. Who would like to go first? Commissioner Lodge, please. She beat you to it. Commissioner Lodge.
Are we getting, anybody else getting?
Yes, we're getting.
Pardon my interruption. So Commissioner Lodge, I think we're getting some feedback from you. How are you connected? Are you using a phone and your computer to log in?
I have my phone connected, but I have.
That sounds better. Whatever you're doing or whatever you just did, it sounds better.
Okay. All right. Well,
Okay.
I'm going first because I don't have a great deal to say because I think an excellent job has been done in the scoping on this project. The issues that have been brought up by my colleagues are not environmental ones, and as Ms. Kinahan has said, that they could be addressed in a different way aside from the EIR. But I think a good job has been done on the scoping for the EIR, and I'm happy with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Wiscombe?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I only put no one was showing up for the party. So I thought, well, okay, I'll go ahead. I don't have a lot to add. I think this has been a long time coming, and I'm really excited about it. And I'm also excited about how far it's come along in a very short time. And I know that we don't have a lot of time on it. I would like to, I was very taken by the comments by Commissioner Higgins and Commissioner Escobedo on housing and population. And I would like to see that. I think that's important. And I would also like to see economic impacts because this will impact property owners and it will impact perhaps when we add zones, impact the fire department in vegetation management, et cetera. Commissioner Reed brought up the air quality issue. And I think that, and that's section C with potentially significant impacts, but I agree with him that I think and I think where he was going with this is that our community, given the Thomas Fire and then our mud flows, our debris flows, we should give a little bit more weight to that. And I think Ms. Kinahan said perhaps in section Q, wildfire, we could talk about that more in terms of stormwater runoff. And then I wanted, if you would put back up the map that shows the existing and proposed areas, I'd appreciate it. Mr. Bolton? That was just up. No, that's no, the one that shows the areas, both the existing. Yeah, that's the one. Okay, that's great. Yeah, so in here, so we're having an ADU agenda item coming up in August. And this is, if we're going to name these all the same, my suggestion is at this point that and they are divided, that we put A, B, C, D, E, F, G on them. And so extreme foothill A, and then south of it, foothill B, and then to the west of it, foothill C, and really just put codes on these that I think will really help facilitate a discussion, particularly if we include in this population and housing, and then we get into an ADU discussion. So those are my comments. And Madam Chair, I don't know how you want to handle this. Are we just doing comments or? Okay.
Yes, we're just providing directional comments to staff on scope.
Okay.
If that's, everybody's comfortable with that.
Yeah, so that would be my suggestion. I think it will help facilitate the discussion on ADUs. And I'd like to hear from my fellow commissioners on how they feel about that. But I do want to thank staff and DUDEC for this. It was just I'm just amazed at how far it's come. I remember the discussion we had at Planning Commission and say, let's bring it forward, let's get it done. So it's really a great piece of work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Escobedo, comments on the scope of the EIR?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I get to my comments, once again, thank you for just a really, really good staff report, and taking a look at the CWPP was really, really interesting. It was a good read, lots of information. In terms of the scope, I too agree with my colleagues. I'd like to see housing and population incorporated into that scope. I know it wouldn't be a part of the program EIR, but I'd also like to see an economics analysis included in the CWPP. And to comment on Vice Chair Wiscom's suggestion of breaking up the different current zones that we have with the current terminology, breaking it up to kind of guide our discussions during the ADU discussions, I think would be really good. Because I think we can agree that there's a little bit of nuance into what we're going to incorporate into the ADU discussion. And then one thing that I think Commissioner Higgins brought up, but I'd like to also see is when the CWPP comes back, maybe more of a strict definition of what it means to be in the very high fire hazard severity zone versus just the high fire hazard severity zone, and what are some of the differences and what that could possibly mean. And ADUs was one of those topics, but I don't know if it's in the scope of the CWPP, but as Commissioner Higgins mentioned, it's also mentioned in the CWPP is insurance rates, and what that terminology may mean for homeowners insurance. I'd like to see something like that in the CWPP. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Reed, comments on the scope of the PEIR?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Schwartz. So within the scope of analysis, I would also support the inclusion of population and housing. In terms of my comments on air quality, I believe that the analysis probably goes beyond what is stated in the staff report and what I read in the initial study, which was the web attachment. But if the air quality analysis is nothing more than the project's potential emissions would, for the most part, come from what is listed in the staff report on page 3, which seems very, very minimal, then I would not recommend that would be a potentially significant impact, and I would just call into question its inclusion. Additionally, in the scope, if there was a way to include this in the scope of analysis, the economic impacts, then great. Just to note that the initial study also labeled environmental checklist that staff prepared, which is an incredible document. I mean, it gives a lot of detail to, if you have any questions outside of the staff report. On page 3, there is a bullet point that states that the balance fire mitigation strategies with the city's goals of maintaining a vibrant economy and protecting natural resources, historic resources, and community character. Additionally, the CWPP on page 1 in their introduction states that further the CWPP process is intended to provide the community a forum for identifying values at risk from wildfire, which may include people, property, natural resources, cultural values, economic interests, and infrastructure. So to most people's point, Chair Schwartz most recently, I think that would be incredible to see an above and beyond effort, really to be a leader really prioritizing the review of economic impacts and economic interests. So I definitely support that. This is really impressive work, and it's an honor to be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Higgins?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So got to have the housing component in there for sure. So I agree with everybody that's mentioned that to this point. I understand that we need to move it along. The longer this process takes, the more at risk we are. And so I'm loath to bog it down with other things. And so, but I think we can, my request is that we do it concurrently. So keep the CEQA document focused. And I'd like to ask staff somehow if they can provide the additional disclosures or analysis that this commission has asked for, particularly those brought up by Mr. Hart. You know, housing costs are significant here, and if insurance premiums rise or go away, it's something that we need to disclose for people. They need to go out and get their own insurance. That's going to be a separate significant cost on the private market, my understanding. So I really would like us to, I think we'd be missing it if we didn't provide more information that's related. I mean, the Community Wildfire Protection Plan, you know, like anything in government, has further definition and is more narrow than you think, but the title of the program seems pretty broad. So I would love it to include at least information about where people can go to engage the utility companies in this discussion of undergrounding as their lines. You know, I think it would be, we'd be missing out if we didn't at least include reference points on that. And certainly I would like to see some economics included in this document at some point as an appendix. If staff could help us with that in one of the various departments we have within under community development or maybe public works, I think that would be appropriate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. Commissioner Bonderson?
Hello again. Thank you, Chair Schwartz. I have also felt that after reviewing this material and listening to all of my fellow commissioners, we've covered so many ideas and so many suggestions have been in agreement to one another. So I won't stand here and repeat everything, but I do want to say that the scoping of the EIR has been done very well, especially since it's been such a long time coming and we've all been anticipating this for so long. I'm personally very pleased to know how much of the adjacent jurisdictions are cooperating together in order to upgrade the language to match and to help reduce any conflict, especially because our goal is always to improve the communication and collaboration in problem solving in those moments of emergency when there's no time to sit down and discuss. So, you know, finding that everyone is working together and really doing their part to match across all of the jurisdictions all the way up to Sacramento and so on is wonderful to hear. I'm very relieved and happy to know that that's taking place, that everyone is working together here. I do agree with my fellow commissioners when they ask for to see the housing component and further economic analysis for all the reasons they said, so I don't need to repeat it. And I do want to strongly support the labeling efforts that Vice Chair Wiscombe put forth. I really like the idea of really separating and labeling each of those communities, those neighborhoods, so that when the next time we have the opportunity to discuss this, we can use that to facilitate very specific discussions in detail about each of those unique neighborhoods in order to develop discussions, guide discussions, whether it's about housing and traffic, or, you know, the list goes into detail. But I really do appreciate her suggestion. I hope that that's something that we can also request to be placed into this when we see it again. So thank you again to everyone involved. I'm really pleased to be a part of this today. Very
Thank
excited.
you. Just some concluding remarks from me. And before I ask that the timeline be put back up on the screen, I want to come back very quickly to the CEQA topic areas. I'm not sure I'm clear from an answer to my question, so I apologize if this is duplicative. But I do want to understand if already covered in our hundreds of pages in our packet today, if there is a value hierarchy or a prioritization hierarchy with respect to analysis as a part of CEQA, as we look ahead to October, which is when this is coming back to the Planning Commission for the draft programmatic EIR hearing. Is there anyone from the team who could just perhaps either very quickly tell me where I may have missed that in our package, or if you'd be willing to take that back? And I'm not sure what additional communication we could have between now and October, but would like to get your thoughts on that. Ms. Kinahan?
Chair Schwartz, as far as the evaluation is presented now in our document, we don't prioritize any of the resource areas over another resource area. To your comment earlier about looking at best practices, again, we can definitely revisit that with the fire department to see if there is a way to set forth in our analysis areas that might need to be looked at more closely. And that may also be something that needs to carry over into the CWPP document itself to help set forth additional priorities. I think it was Commissioner Reed who had noted and commented specifically in certain sections about values at risk. We may be able to build upon that analysis in the CWPP and discuss in greater detail those areas that the city feels require additional priority over what's identified now.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And I did want to ask all of the commissioners to please turn on your webcams. One of the new practices we are trying out is during deliberations for all of us to be on the screen, since GoToWebinar now affords us that. And we both want to see each other and have the public view us as well. And I mentioned what I did just a moment ago. Really, it was a follow-on question, but behind that question is what I think is a growing trend, and I'm pleased about this trend from my reading, and that's a more interdisciplinary, I'll call it an interdisciplinary approach to wildland or wildland-urban interface mapping and planning that does in fact take into strategic consideration, that is values hierarchy consideration, these categories that we see on the screen before us. And so I'm looking forward to staff reaching out to other jurisdictions to look into best practices. I want to go to the map one more time, Mr. Bolton, if you could put that up on the screen. And I just want to express that I really have some concern about bringing together those geographic areas, micro areas of our community that abut the forest and abut the extreme foothill that are very different from down in what's currently referred to as coastal interior and coastal. And I understand that you're looking to align in terminology and other considerations, practices within the county of Santa Barbara itself. And you mentioned those jurisdictions within the county. But I think there are other implications that concern me in grouping all of these areas together. And that's why I think we need to be strategic. We need to look at population and housing and economic impact, and then make a decision, regardless of what Montecito may do or the unincorporated county may do, because I'm not sure that it's a one size fits all, even though, again, I can definitely appreciate the interest and conceptually the interest in aligning with our other jurisdictions within the county. However, it may not fit for Santa Barbara. And so I'm just going to leave that open. And then to say that part of my interest in taking a very close look at this mapping is that I had a brief discussion with the State Housing and Community Development Department about wildfire mapping and some trends in certain jurisdictions that seem to be overreach. And the concern by state HCD, which is now a concern of the State Attorney General's office, is that some jurisdictions are overreaching. They're over mapping parts of communities that have never been hazards, where there's a record of there not having been wildfire hazards, and everything that goes along with that. And so there's this looming question of a balance, a reasonable balance of mapping for public protection, that is safety, and the balance with all of our other needs as a vibrant community, and that does include the population and housing and economic impact. So I think it's important for our city to know that HCD, that is the State Housing and Community Development Department, is watching very closely jurisdictional remapping of fire hazard areas that further restrict housing development, including accessory dwelling units. So in a way, be forewarned for our community that we're all being monitored in this regard. So I think we need to be mindful and thoughtful and find that balance, which I think we're going to do in the next several months on various policies that come to us. So with that, I am very pleased, as our fire said, that we encourage this to come forward. It's a terrific next step. And I personally am looking forward to the October hearing and the draft PEIR. And with that, I think we're concluded because we're just providing comments back on the scope to staff. So I don't see any other webcams on from staff, for example. And with that, this item will be adjourned. And at this point, Mr. Poiré, thank you and the entire team very much.
And Chair Schwartz, just one final comment. Thank you all for your insightful comments. We do take all of them seriously. We look at everything that's recorded here today, and we'll take everything into consideration. Well, thank you very much.
So we're going to conclude this item now, and we have one more significant item ahead of us this afternoon. I'd like to come back at 4:15 if that will give staff and the next applicant sufficient time to set up. And I think what I'll do is read into the record now while Commissioner Reed is still on the screen. And Commissioner Lodge, you can go ahead and turn off your webcam. We're going to go into recess, but I'm going to read this next item because Commissioner Reed has a comment that he needs to make. So this next item, it is a new item, and it's the application of Brian Kernall, the Kernall Collective agent for Series A, Series B, and Series C of Old Town Properties LLC, owners of 410 State Street, 27 East Gutierrez Street, and 409 Anacapa Streets. Commissioner Reed?
Well, my fellow commissioners, it's unfortunate to have to do this again in such a short sequence, but I have a conflict on this item. I need to state briefly that I have a financial interest in the adjacent properties to 410 State Street at 418 and 416 State. And so I will be recusing myself from this item. Thank you.
Okay, we will miss you, Commissioner Reed. So with that, we are in recess till 4:15. I don't see a webcam on from staff letting me know that that will not work. So with that, we are in recess and we'll return 4:15. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to reconvene the July 16th City of Santa Barbara Planning Commission hearing. Let's confirm that we have everyone back and connected, please. Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe. Commissioner Escobedo. Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. Lodge, Bonderson, thank you. Very good. Okay. With that, let me outline how we're going to spend the rest of our afternoon. And I am going to try to conclude this hearing by 6 o'clock. That's one of our new objectives that we've been discussing with staff. And let me just add that if we had the luxury in our August 6th hearing agenda to consider a continuation of this item should it be necessary. The difficulty with that is that we have an extremely full agenda, including accessory dwelling unit ordinance amendments, which really require substantial attention and consideration. So to my fellow commissioners and also the applicant, the more efficient and focused we can be between now and 6 o'clock, I think will hopefully get us to a conclusion. And to that end, I want to, by way of reference, describe where this project is and what our role is today. The project is in the conceptual pre-application stage, and today is a concept review by the Planning Commission, along with a request for a determination on a proposed height. So as you see on page 10 of our staff report, which is also page 10 of our packet of 66 pages, under Roman numeral 9 recommendation, there's a short list of that staff is asking us to consider. It starts with staff recommends that the Planning Commission : So I'm going to ask Mr. Bolton to keep toggling back and forth to reference this so that we ground ourselves and continue to be focused for the remainder of our time. With that, I believe we have a staff report from Ms. Broadison, and then we're going to go to an applicant staff report of 20 minutes. We're going to use our new timer for the 20 minutes, and Mr. Kernal will be the presenter and the sole speaker and responder to any commissioner questions. So following the two presentations, first by Ms. Broadison and then Mr. Kernal, I'm going to open it up to public comment on this item, and then we'll bring it back to the commission. Good afternoon, Ms. Broadison.
Good afternoon, Chair Schwartz and commissioners. Thank you for that introduction. As you said, the project we're looking at today is for an AUD conceptual comments to the Historic Landmarks Commission and also height findings for community benefit project. The project is located on 3 sites: 410 State Street, 27 East Gutierrez, and 409 Anacapa. And this slide shows the project site, how it faces on Gutierrez Street and it fronts on State, and also kind of the back of the site is on Anacapa. And then the next slide is an aerial photo. So this kind of zeroes in on the area where the proposed construction is. It's an existing parking lot between 410 State Street, which is a vacant commercial building, previously the Staples store, and 409 Anacapa, which is also a commercial building and is currently occupied by Reed's Appliances. And the next slide, this is just a short walk around of the site. We did a site visit on Tuesday morning, as you all remember. This is the State Street frontage at 410 State Street. And then as you walk down State Street toward Gutierrez, the next slide shows the view of the parking lot, which is the main area of construction at 27 East Gutierrez. And then the next slide kind of moves you down further Gutierrez. And this is standing on the corner of Gutierrez and Anacapa Street. And this is the Reed's Appliances store. And the next slide, the project site is zoned manufacturing commercial, and it also has a general plan land use designation of commercial and high density residential, and it's also in the priority housing overlay. The next slide. Once the 3 lots are merged, the lot size will be 59,000 square feet, and there will be 84 proposed residential units, and 23,900 square feet of commercial will remain. There's no new proposed commercial. The project height is proposed at 52 feet and 4 stories, and they also propose 84 parking spots. Excuse me, I think that's a typo on my slide there. The next slide is a site plan. And you can see again, the main area of construction is the currently occupied by a parking lot. And to the left on the slide is the commercial building at 410 State. And to the right is 409 Anacapa, and also the main access to and from the proposed project. The next slide. The purpose of today's meeting, as Ms. Schwartz explained, is an AUD concept review. So when a project is in the priority overlay housing area and also has greater than 15,000 square feet, Planning Commission is required to provide comments to the Design Review Board, which in this case is the Historic Landmarks Commission. And the Commission looks to the Planning Commission regarding design compatibility and general plan consistency. And then the height also, because the project is requesting to go to 52 feet. In this zone, the maximum height is 45 feet. However, the applicants can request to go up to 60 feet if the Planning Commission can make the findings that the project qualifies as a community benefit height project. The next slide. The project went to the Historic Landmarks Commission on 2 occasions. And the first time that the commission had comments and concerns regarding this project's mass, bulk, and scale. And when the project returned on June 24th, the applicant had reduced the height by a foot and also set the building back 10 feet from the property line on Gutierrez Street. And the HLC also found that story poles would not be necessary because the agent or the applicant had provided sufficient 3-dimensional exhibits, and the proposed structure would not block views because the existing pedestrian views from the sidewalk on State are blocked by the existing 1-story structure. And it would not involve substantial blockage of views from the ocean or from the mountains. And the next slide shows an elevation. So this is a straight-on view if you're standing right on Gutierrez Street facing the project. And you can see the Reed's Appliance Store, the existing commercial building on the right. And the next slide is a perspective from the corner of State and Gutierrez. And the next slide is another elevation if you're standing on Anacapa Street facing towards the main entry access to the site, which will be proposed, and also the kind of the rear of the building as viewed from Anacapa Street. And then the next slide is another perspective. And again, the architect and the applicant team will go into this in more detail. And then again, the next slide are sections of the proposed building, which demonstrate the height and also the plate heights of the building. The next slide. So today, if the project goes forward, the discretionary applications required will be height findings to allow community benefit housing project to be 52 feet. Parking modification to allow less than the 112 parking spaces required. And again, the project will return to Historic Landmarks Commission for project design and final approvals. On the next slide. As you know, the project, the average unit density incentive project has been going through some changes with City Council, Planning Commission, and the Ordinance Committee. And on June 30th, the Ordinance Committee proposed some changes to the AUD program. And that included adding high density and priority housing overlay to a majority of the central business district, which this project falls in that area. Increase the allowed height from 45 to 48 feet. Eliminate open yard requirements for AUD projects in the CBD on the blocks between Chapala and Anacapa. And also allow payment of an in lieu fee instead of providing required residential parking on site, and require property owners to unbundle parking. So those changes are proposed to go to the ordinance back to City Council on July 28th. And the next slide. So as it's described in the staff report, per the city's zoning ordinance, the project would require 112 spaces and 84 bicycle parking spaces. And the applicant is proposing 56 residential parking spaces and 28 non-residential parking spaces for a total of 83. And they're also proposing 84 bike parking spaces. So the parking mod is currently, staff is recommending support of it because the project is meeting all of their bike parking on site. However, as I just described, if the proposed AUD changes go forward, the request for a mod might not be needed anymore. In the next slide, the city's ordinance requires in the MZ zone that projects propose at least 15% of the net lot area to be common outdoor living space. 15% of the 3 combined lots would be 8,800 square feet, and the project is proposing 11,400 square feet. In the next slide. With previous changes to the AUD project or the AUD program, 10% of these units would be required to be moderate income units, and they would be offered at 80 to 120% of the average median income. And in this case, 8 units will be moderate income units. And the next slide. And as I previously described, the project is, the maximum height allowed is 45 feet and the applicant's asking for 52 feet. The AUD amendments may eliminate the requirement for up to 48 feet, but as I said, this project is requesting 52 feet. And the next slide, please. So in order for the Planning Commission to designate this project a community benefit housing project, the findings would be that the applicant needs to demonstrate need and that they would have to, this proposed style would be consistent with the city's Hispanic tradition and adjacent EPV. And the next slide. And also the project would have to provide livability and amenities tailored to special residential population, 8-foot ceiling plate heights, ample windows for light and air, and setback from adjacent development, and sensitivity to context. The building not on any streetscape or behind other multi-story buildings, sensitive and complementary to adjacent historic buildings, basement and small average unit size, reduce the building volume. The next slide. Staff also has done an analysis of the general plan of the project's consistency with the general plan, and we reviewed the land use element, which requests that projects focus growth, enhance community character. The historic resources element, which requires that projects preserve and enhance historic resources. The housing element, which encourages housing within the priority overlay, and the environmental resources element, which strives to protect visual resources, and the circulation element, which encourages alternative transportation. And the next slide. So in Planning Commission's review of this project, we'd like you to look at the urban design guidelines, and generally proposed development should demonstrate compatibility on 3 different levels. The distinctive character of Santa Barbara, the character of the surrounding neighborhood, and immediately adjacent developments. On the next slide. And staff recommends that the Planning Commission consider the required height findings as I described them. The project's benefit to community, architectural quality, amenities for its residents, and sensitivity to context located behind other buildings could possibly warrant the granting of the exception to the 45 height limit. The next slide. And so here I put this slide here. As you do your deliberations, you can refer to this slide and do your majority vote on each item. And for now, that concludes staff's presentation, and I'll leave it to the applicant's team. Also, we did receive some public comment letters from various public parties, and I think those have been forwarded to you by the Planning Commission secretary. So if you have any further questions, I'm here to answer them.
Correct. Thank you, Ms. Broadison. And slide 64, the one just prior that Ms. Broadison referenced, is going to be an important slide, Mr. Bolton, to bring back when we get to the point, well, perhaps both questions and deliberations. So let's keep that one handy. Thank you. And now let's go to Mr. Kernal and Mr. Bolden, if you would please put up the counter. Mr. Kernal is going to make his presentation in 20 minutes as we agreed. Welcome, Mr. Kernal.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz and members of the commission. As Kelly said, this is 84 units downtown, which is a lot of units. I admit right up front, this is a large building. We have 8 affordable units in the project. And just to give you some context of what that means, and arena numbers between 2015 and 2019 stipulated or allocated for the city 4,100 units. Between 2015 and today, we managed to build 1,288 units, just 31% of those. During that same time, 4 moderate income units were built. And this project is providing 8. So that is a core fundamental foundation of what we are doing. This is not a luxury housing project. My client, Peter Lewis, I've worked with since the mid 80s. And one of our first projects actually was right across the street at 419 State Street, where Peter built his business, the Forense Leather Company, where they were actually manufacturing right there on State Street. And part of the project was adding or had 2 apartments that were rented to his employees. Peter is a very experienced and competent developer. I've actually worked with a couple of developers on this site since we designed it originally in the early 90s. It's not quite historic yet, but those developers were unable to make the project work. Peter came along, and when we first met on site, he said, I need to be able to keep the buildings intact in order to make this make sense and build the units on the parking lot. And what that translated into was a 4-story building, basically 3 stories over parking. Peter's done a number of projects besides the one I mentioned across the street. He and I did a wonderful housing project at the end of Nopal on Anapamu, which has a lovely courtyard. He also did or owns the studios or the artists live work project out in Carpinteria. And he most recently did a project of ours at Coda and Salsapuedes. It was 30 AUD units. And I bring that up because I'm going to show you an image of the interior of that in a moment. But Peter leased that building, those 30 units, in 1 week. And the reason he did that is because he priced the units reasonably, and he also allows dogs. So he believes that people who own dogs make better tenants. So Peter knows what it takes to make a project work, and I will tell you that he is committed to building this project. This building to work needs to be a simple, rational building, which you'll see when I show you the plans. It really is, for us, the marker for this is that it's rooted really in the classic Spanish colonial apartment buildings of the 20s and 30s that were courtyard buildings and were very typically 4 stories. Timmy, if we could go to the context photos first before we go to the plan. So after our first HLC meeting, Peter actually took these photos around town and looked at buildings, and it is very interesting. This is sort of the quintessential that I was talking about, the Spanish colonial revival. This is the Hotel Santa Barbara. With 3 stories over the base below. Next slide. And these buildings typically have very simple sides and rears. Next slide. Another good example of a tall building in town is the Lions Building. This is actually 5 stories. Next slide. And it has, again, very simple sides associated with it. You'll also notice as we go through these photos that very oftentimes, most of the time, these buildings are located next to 1 or 2-story buildings in our community. Next slide. So one of the most beautiful examples is the Baylor Building, designed by Julia Morgan. This building is around 58 feet as far as Google tells us. And it's interesting that this actually was mentioned by in the process of the determination to go to a 60-foot height limit in our downtown back in the 70s that was championed by the League of Women Voters. Next slide. Another example of that off the parking lot. And again, example, actually CPA used to be in the little one-story building to the left there next to this building. So the context of larger buildings next to smaller ones, I believe actually works. Next slide, another example along State Street. And then the next slide, Timmy, just an example of where these buildings oftentimes have simple sides. So let's go back to the plans. And Tim, if you'll just go to the first or the second sheet with the floor plan. So here's the site plan of the parking, 78 parking spaces that exist today, and then how we have concentrated the development on top of that parking, leaving the existing buildings. One of the key elements of this is we have a paseo that is along the left side there of the plan that you can see. We have a 30 by 50 foot ingress egress easement on the adjacent parcel, which is facilitating this paseo. We also have placed a couple of units there on the ground. These units, for example, are about 690 square feet. And I should note that our average unit size is 627 square feet. So these are small units. The basic parking, when we went to HLC first, we had the parking coming off of Gutierrez. We changed that and concentrated it all off of Anacapa. So the upper parking row there fulfills the 28 spaces that we are required to have for the commercial buildings. And then the lower portion, which is next to the residential lobby and main circulation, vertical circulation, are parking lifts in addition to accessible parking spaces. And then along the street, we have the 84 bicycle parking spaces as a separate little element where residents will drop their bikes off. We also have to relocate a transformer. We have the trash and other things there along that paseo. Next slide. So this is, we can just go through these quickly, but this is the basic footprint. These demonstrate the essence of this building. This is a simple courtyard building. The courtyard in the middle is about 23 feet wide by 80 feet long. And again, these units average about 627 square feet. So it's on your plans, they're keyed, but I won't get into the variation in the units. There's still a lot of work to do in that regard. Next slide. We also are, because of our determination or need to keep the existing buildings, we are going to put green roofs on them because the residents will be looking down on those roofs. And that obviously will also help relative to our stormwater requirements. Then the lower image there shows the roof plan, which is intended to be an accessible and multi-functioning roof deck for the residents. Next slide. Kelly mentioned the open space. So this is just a slide that calculates, shows the open space, how we came to that 11,400 square feet. Interestingly, when we first read the ordinance, and I think staff actually felt the same way, the roof, we believed that the way it was written, we could only count 20 or 20 by 20 area on the roof. But since then, it has been determined that the entire roof counts. Let's go to the next slide. Or that portion, I should say, that we are making amenable. So actually, Timmy, if you'll blow up on the upper section specifically and make that as large as you can, that would be great. So this really illustrates the need for the additional height. And I will tell you, we simply cannot today, despite what you may hear from the public, build a 4-story building in 45 feet without completely squashing everything. The need for this height is really fundamentally first required at the ground floor for the parking lifts. and the space we need for plumbing and exhaust and all of that. And then we're proposing 9'4" ceilings in the units on the second and third floor, and finally 10.5 feet on the upper floor. Peter feels very strongly, being an experienced developer doing this, that it is crucial to have good high ceilings in these kind of units to make them livable. And part of your findings obviously address the question of livability. You can also see here the courtyard. And if we could go, Timmy, I'm going to have you go back to that those context slides and go forward to that blank spot and the next slide after that. Yeah. So Commissioner Lodge asked me about the size of the courtyard at El Corrillo, which is interesting because it's somewhat similar. It's 3 levels above a courtyard platform. And in this case, there's about 12.5 feet between the columns, and the total width between from wall to wall, where you see the windows and the doors, is about 27 feet. So it's not really comparable to our space, but it shows that even with that narrower condition, it really works well. Next slide. To the point of ceilings, this is our Coda and Salsa Puertas project. This is a 12-foot ceiling, and these were very popular units. These happen to be on the top and were the first to rent because they are such desirable living spaces. But you know, as we've thought about this ceiling height issue, what it's made me think about is that older buildings that you know, whether it's in Europe or in New York or wherever, next slide, typically apartments in those buildings have nice high ceilings, and they need them for their livability. This we've calculated is probably at least a 12-foot ceiling. Next slide. And this is an example of a small little space that has probably, I'm guessing, an 8 or 9 foot door there that is swung open. So, you know, I'll leave it to your imagination to think about what these kind of small units would look like if they had 8-foot ceilings. Let's go back to the plan now, Timmy. And I think we can go on to the next slide. So here are the elevations, and Kelly was good enough to walk you through them. I know you have the package in front of you, so you can see the building. I think it would be more helpful, since we don't have a lot of time, and obviously HLC scrutinized these significantly. I'd like to go to first a little some views of the project from the surrounds, which is on the next sheet, and talk a little bit about these views. So I suppose we can try to blow those up. The first view on the upper right is from across State Street on Gutierrez. There's a little area there where people can sit. And you know, it's interesting, when you walk down Gutierrez, you actually, the one story, the historic building there at 400 State Street blocks a lot of the mountain views. I'm not going to pretend this won't block the mountain views, but it's not blocking any mountain views from any point of significance. Let's slide down a little bit, Timmy. The slide on the left shows that our intent to repurpose the building on State Street and make it a multi-tenant building, which I think it's going to be very adaptable for. The image to the right shows the project off of State Street, and then finally the lower image there on the right shows the project off of Anacapa. What I'd like to do now is go to a quick walk around the block, which has these views, and it'll really give you, I think, a complete sense. And this is what was very important for the HLC, to see the effect of the building in its surrounds. Hopefully I'm going to be able to keep talking here. Turn my mic back on. So here we are on Gutierrez. You can see the building at 400 State Street as we go around the repurposed 410 State Street building. You can begin to see a glimpse of the project behind the 1- and 2-story buildings along State Street. As we turn the corner onto Haley, the building starts to come into view, and then obviously off of that large parking lot off the 99-cent store space, you can see the building. My hunch is another building will be built in this location, probably in the not too distant future. And then turning the corner down Anacapa, you can see the project and where the main entrance for the vehicles and for loading will be. We've made the entrance here particularly high so that a UPS truck or a FedEx truck can get into that area and offload its stuff and turn around. And then the building on Gutierrez. Let's go to the last slide of the presentation. You're making me talk fast here, Chair Schwartz. So these are a couple of views of the context. This is something that HLC asked us for, and it's actually very helpful to begin to see. One of the things that this taught me is how much more developed the Chapala corridor is than the Anacapa corridor in terms of housing. What I'd like to do is now go to a final animation that I've got that shows these views, but it flies around the city. And I think it's very telling because what this is going to do is show in the big picture context of the community what a large building like this really means. So you'll keep your eye on the building. Hopefully it won't move too fast. Again, this view shows how that corridor along Chapala is much more developed than where our building is along Anacapa. This is, of course, the Gutierrez corridor and the wonderful little project that Dennis Thompson did there in the foreground. And if you're keeping your eyes on the building, to me, it's somewhat fascinating how a larger building like this really begins to work in the context with many of the other buildings in our downtown, like the Falding Hotel, like the Baylor Building, like the large building that is next to the El Paseo, the Suskin Building, I think it's called. Mayor Lodge, you'll probably be able to help me on that. And you can see the Baylor Building there in the foreground as well. So suddenly, this is not such a large building and not something we need to be so afraid of. And so in closing, I will just simply say that, it's important that these projects get built. We are in desperate need of housing in our downtown. We've been talking about this for a very long time. This project is an opportunity to build 84 units with 8 affordable units within it. It's right-sized, in my opinion. It will support the downtown. As far as story polls are concerned, because I know you may hear about story polls, the HLC was remarkable in their comments about story polls because all of them, with the exception of one, Commissioner House, felt that story polls were something that didn't properly show what a building really was going to look like. These animations, I believe, do that job. And I can tell you this, that it would be a lot less expensive for us and therefore help in the cost of the construction to not do story polls and to put a permanent video display on the site so that the public could see what this proposed project is really going to look like. But I urge you to look at the comments of HLC because they basically, I think I'm not going too far by saying that they felt they were useless and did not adequately show what a building was really going to feel like. So with that, I'm 1 minute shy of my 20 minutes. I would request that I have a chance to speak at the end of the deliberations, Chair Schwartz, and I turn it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kernal. Okay, let's go ahead and stop the clock. I'm going to give Mr. Bolton an opportunity to pull that off the screen. And at this time, I'd like to ask our commissioners to hold off Mr. Kernal, if you would turn off your webcam, I'm going to see if we have any public comment separate from the written comment. Ms. Kokinda?
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. Again, I would invite members of the public who are attending to please raise your hand using the hand icon on your GoToWebinar control panel, and I'll call on you, and you'll each have 2 minutes to speak. I see Mr. John Campanella. I am unmuting you right now. If you please unmute yourself, there you go. And whenever you're ready, you have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Chair Schwartz and Planning Commissioners, I feel this project is a downtown apartment project which incorporate ways to significantly reduce costs and increase financial viability. Reviewing this project would provide examples of efficiencies for future rental projects downtown as well. To build efficiently here, you have 3 stacked floors of apartments. That's really needed. If you're building projects from the ground up, you need these 3 living floors. The incremental cost of adding a middle floor brings down the average cost of all apartments. Otherwise, 2 living floors have to bear the costs of land, processing, parking, garage, roof, etc. The other item for efficiency is using interior hallways for circulation as much as possible. Interior access better accommodates these smaller units, lowers transportation circulation costs, and reduces exterior construction costs. Internal circulation also results in a more efficient building footprint on the site. The other way to reduce cost is to assemble land parcels for efficiency of development. Assembling parcels will remove the number of interior setbacks of multiple sites, providing greater buildable area. Also, assembling properties can leave existing buildings in place, especially those with a historical resource fronting State Street. In evaluating potential units for the housing element, assembling opportunity sites were not counted, even though they were the same ownership. So we have an upside. If we're able to assemble sites, we can get more units than predicted for RHNA. HCD has released guidelines how to satisfy having adequate sites for the next RHNA. They included a number of helpful hints to increase these potential opportunities. Some of these suggestions are reflected in this project, and I provided you with a list and marked up which ones are applicable. The others might be considered in future multi-unit policies. Thank you for reviewing and recommending the 410 State Street project move forward. This is an example of efficiently creating rental housing downtown. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Campanella. Any other public commenters, Ms. Kokinda?
Yes, I'm going to call on Mr. Richard Clausen, and then after Richard Clausen, Robin Donaldson. So Mr. Clausen, I have just unmuted you. If you could please unmute yourself, and you will have 2 minutes to speak. Go ahead when you're ready.
Good afternoon. I'm fortunate to be able to watch the applicant's presentation today and to listen to your discussion in the middle of a weekday. Many residents, unfortunately, do not have this luxury. With similar good fortune, I watched HLC commissioners dismiss story poles as worthless to them as trained architects. Planning commissioners are familiar with City Council's 2017 resolution defining the requirements and exemptions for AUD story poles, but you may not be so familiar with the council agenda report that preceded it. Written by Renee Brooke, it states, quote, "Story poles are the only form of visual aid currently used by the city that serve a second purpose, to inform the public that a development of a certain size is proposed for that site," unquote. So the report suggests that not only do story poles aid the general public's appreciation of the height and mass of a project, but they may also be the first alert to the public that such a project even exists. Story poles are an opportunity to engage the workers, the visitors, residents, and property owners near the site about the planning process that will affect them directly if built as proposed. The general public's sole opportunity to learn of the project and your best opportunity to engage them may be the erection of physical story poles that they can see and walk past and consider and comment upon. This project is the largest in El Pueblo Viejo since 1990. Recent state mandates for increased housing have put additional development pressure on Santa Barbara's historic city center, which is a primary driver of our hospitality industry. With its height and mass, this project will be a yardstick for future AUDs and other downtown development. Concessions to it now will set the tone for all subsequent projects. We know how that goes. please use whatever mechanisms at your disposal to require physical story poles for this project before you consider allowing it to go forward. When citizens see and sense the incompatible height of the project, they may prefer and support the current reasonable 45-foot limit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clausen.
All right, Madam Chair, I next have Robin Donaldson. I just unmuted you and it looks like your mic is green. And then after you, I'm going to call on Pat Saley. Thank you. Whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Chair Schwartz and commissioners, my name's Robin Donaldson. I actually live downtown. I think some of you are aware of this, but I live at 412 and 414 Anacapa. I own those buildings. My office is there and I live there, and I would be looking at this project every day. I am, for the record, in full support of the project. This is exactly the type of thing and exactly the place that we need these types of buildings. We need the housing downtown. And one of the issues, of course, that always comes up, I think that the height in the units is a plus. And that's one of the reasons that I support the finding for the additional height for a community benefit. Why not let the people living downtown have some height in their units? It has no material impact on views and so on. And I think that the flyovers and so on that Brian's and his team provided are very effective in communicating the actual impact of this building within the city. The second part I have a concern about Gutierrez Street. Living downtown and walking that street on a regular basis, that street needs some enlivenment, and I would like to see the building modified in some way to provide either living units or commercial on Gutierrez. I'm concerned about the car dominating the pedestrian, and one of the ways that this is happening on this project is that the parking takes up some of the space that could be used for either commercial or residential on Gutierrez. But I think the architect could figure that out, and the applicant, if this board were to encourage them to do that and to help the streets not give way to the car. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Donaldson.
Okay, I have Pat Saley. I have just unmuted you and it looks like your microphone is on. You have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. I'm fine with housing on this site, but I'm concerned about the proposed height and the precedent it will set. I'd like to highlight 2 points that I raised in my email that I sent you yesterday. First, the proposed height of the building. As you know, the maximum height allowed in this zone is 45 feet, and this project seeks to go to 52 feet. That height can be allowed if 4 findings are made, 2 of which I believe are very problematic. Finding A requires demonstrated need to exceed 45 feet height. There are numerous new attractive buildings in town, both on Upper State and downtown, that provide 4 stories within the 45-foot height limit. I think it's very difficult to make this finding. And then the second item, the second finding is D, which is about sensitivity to context, and says that the project design will complement the setting and the character with sensitivity to any adjacent designated historic resources. Most of the buildings surrounding the site are 1 story, as you saw in the animation, and there are 3 historic structures in close proximity to this site. I believe this finding is also difficult for you to make. And not to beat a dead horse, but my second point is the need for story poles. And what you may not be aware is when HLC saw this, the meeting ran 2 hours late and there were technical difficulties. So many public members could not speak, especially on story poles. They are for the public and decision makers, as well as HLC, ABR members. since this is concept review, story poles could be erected on the site to determine if its size, bulk, scale, height, and massing are appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ailey.
And then, Madam Chair, I just would like to ask Mr. Bolton to go back to the public comment slide. If there's anyone else who wishes to speak on this item, that was the last hand that was raised. I wanted to give one last opportunity if there was any other remaining person who wished to speak on this item. And I do not see anyone at this time, so back to you, Chair Schwartz.
Thank you, Ms. Kokinda. Let's start our question period.
Madam Chair,
Ms.
this is
Rydell.
Heidi Rydell again. I just wanted to interject and have you acknowledge the written correspondence that the commission received for the record.
Yes, thank you. I thought we did that at the outset, but thank you for ensuring that we've done that, Ms. Rydell. We did, and again, staff is working on how to provide all written public comment that comes to the commission on the city website. Again, stay tuned for that information. So let's remove the public comment slide, Mr. Bolton. And I'd like to, again, in the interest of time, we have 1 hour approximately. I'm going to go to Commissioner Higgins with questions. Either staff and or the applicant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think an hour is going to be pretty tough to get to, but I'll try to go fast. So to the architect, Mr. Cornell. You brought it up with respect to story poles and the cost. What is the cost of putting story poles up here?
Well, the last project that we did, story poles, we've done a lot of them. The Pueblo parking structure at Cottage Hospital cost $24,000. The least expensive story pole installation we've been able to do recently was $10,000. I would estimate, given the height of this building and depending on the amount of articulation we were asking for, it's probably going to be somewhere in between.
Okay, to your sections and the height of the building. I'll just blend in comments with my questions here, but I don't really, we have a new AUD direction with respect to maximum parking, and you cite that the basis for the plate height of the garage is squeezing in the stackers. How could you lower the ceiling or the plate height in the garage if you didn't do stackers and you had less parking?
Well, the other aspect of the garage that's important is, and this is very important because we've got 2 commercial buildings and we have 84 residents, is deliveries. So we want to be able to bring delivery trucks into this garage. So we wouldn't be able to do that if we lowered the height much more than what it is. But you know, we've got 13.5 feet in there clear, and the stackers need about 12. Plus we have all the plumbing from all these units and the mechanical coming down. So our experience is that this is what we need.
Okay, let me ask it a different way. Could you live with less parking?
Well, I don't know. That's a good question. I mean, you know, for Peter, I will tell you, he's kind of going out on a limb. One of the issues that I know is a very real issue is the ability to get financing for projects that have very little, don't have enough parking. So this is something we've had a lot of discussions about, and Peter felt the balance seemed right with what we were asking for, which is basically 29 of these units would not have a parking space provided for them. And so I don't know that he could make that work.
Okay, what's a junior 1-bedroom versus a traditional 1-bedroom in your floor?
Well, Commissioner Lodge asked me that earlier. A junior 1-bedroom is a unit that has an interior sleeping space that is separated by the living space by, say, barn doors or something like that. As you know, sleeping rooms require exitable windows by building code. And so this is a way that we can create a little privacy for a sleeping area and get around that requirement. So that's what it is.
So it's a one bedroom that's got an extra cubby hole for a second bedroom or something like that? Is
No,
that
it's actually a studio that has a cubby
Okay,
for a sleeping space.
got it. Last question. So hard to do this over the virtual because I don't have a pointer, but basically the only light that's coming into the interior units is coming from the center opening or well, right?
Courtyard, yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
Those are my
Which
questions.
is,
Thank
by
you.
the way, really another very important reason why the ceiling heights need to be high.
Yeah, understood. Okay, so Madam Chair, we're just questions and then we're gonna go deliberations or straw polling or
Let's do
what?
that. Yes, please, let's do that. Commissioner, thank you, Commissioner Higgins. Commissioner Bonderson, questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, Mr. Cornell. I would like to ask my first question to Mr. Cornell directly. It's just a dimensions question. I wanted to confirm with you, what is the dimension in acres of the lot, the 27 East Gutierrez lot, the parking lot portion of the site?
Oh, just what is the basic overall dimension
Yeah,
of that square, you mean?
Yeah, I was looking for the square footage, which I found, but I was interested if you knew the acreage off of it. I did a rough calculation, but I wanted to be accurate.
Yeah, so that basically that square is about 66 feet by 68. So it's about a 68-foot square, 66-foot square, something like that.
Okay, thank you. And could you please also share with me the dimensions of interior unit that's facing the courtyard, please?
The narrowest unit is 16 feet.
16. Okay, all right, thank you. And what is the depth of it?
The what?
The depth, like what is
Oh,
the square?
I'm sorry.
I was just curious about the dimensions, the length and the width.
Yeah, they're about 30 feet deep.
Thank you. Per my count and per my calculations, I counted 30 interior units. I'm assuming that that's just 1, 2, 3, 4, actually 6. There's 6 across one side.
That's correct. 30 units are interior into that courtyard.
Okay. So my question is, would you mind just sharing with us if there are 30 units with approximately, I roughly calculated 23 feet above the ceilings or maybe the windows and the fenestration of those first floor units on the courtyard, would you mind sharing with us a little bit more about the access to natural light, your vision on the lighting and the air and where you propose windows? I'm particularly interested about how you will support the privacy of those ground units that are right on the courtyard. Because from my understanding, and this is again, looking at the plans, using my best judgment, my understanding of the plans is that the tenants will have access to that courtyard. They can go in and out of that courtyard freely. So how would somebody from, somebody who is living on that ground floor, which is actually the second floor, be having access to light, air, and privacy? Could you talk to us about that a little?
Well, I think it's a very good question, and I'll be honest, we have not figured this all out. You know, we are before you conceptually to determine whether this project can go forward or not. I will tell you that the very next, if we have a successful response from the Planning Commission today, then the very next thing we are going to do is really drill down on these units. Peter, again, someone I've known for a long time, is going to care deeply about how these units work for the people who live in them. So you've identified some very real problems. We can't have a situation where people are looking across 23 feet right at someone else, and yet we have to have adequate light and ventilation. So, you know, it's entirely possible that the configurations of this may change a little bit, My thought to this point is that that courtyard would only be accessible as kind of a passageway down the middle, and that the space off of each unit would be a semi-private kind of space. Obviously on the ground floor, it's a deck. And as this drawing illustrates, I think the vegetation that is put in that courtyard is going to be very, very important to making it work. But it's a big problem that we will have to solve.
I sincerely appreciate your honesty and looking at it from a design point of view. I'm glad that you're aware of that as well. I'm not surprised, but I know that it's something that is probably on your mind as you propose the dimensions, since they're all such smaller sized units. And I also wanted to ask you another question about kind of the open space and the shared space. I want to start by saying I appreciate the roof deck solution because it gives options to people who want to stay on site and have space for themselves, and it's available to all the tenants. But I was a little bit concerned about the first floor, and if we want to bring the first floor plan up, it will help us to talk.
Timmy was doing such a good job taking us to the roof plan.
Sorry, Timmy. Here we go. It's the bottom plan. And when we were on site viewing the property at the site visit, I appreciated that you spoke so much about the easement and sort of viewing this solution to the open space requirement, kind of like hitting two birds with one stone. My only concern, and it's maybe just an idea to throw your way and ask you to consider, or we can talk about it if you have anything that you might know off the top of your head, is, paseos usually lead somewhere. And my initial concern is that this dead ends, and it does lead to the parking lot and so on, but it also perhaps lends itself to being an area that might be a bit unsafe or attract transients or whatnot. And I was curious to know, as you are conceptually imagining and envisioning the use of the front building at 410, if you were proposing at all, if you thought about this at all, a formal entrance or a major point of entrance at the back end, which would allow this paseo to have a purpose other than just an alleyway. Can you speak to it?
Look, I will confess, what I'd love to do is connect to the property that Barrett Reed is involved in just above us, because you can see there is a little driveway paseo there. We have talked about the idea that this could be a multi-tenant building where there was a circulation spine through the middle of it that would connect. There obviously is a large opening off of this paseo. But it's really, the reality for that building is it's going to need to be flexible over time. That could be a number of smaller businesses. It could be high-tech offices in the future. We really don't know. But I agree with you. I would love to make the connection to State Street. I would love to see that paseo end up connecting back somehow to State. And we will strive to try and do that.
Thank you. I appreciate that you're open to that idea, especially because for me, it means a lot as far as the design and the use of the three pieces of the three parcels that are being put together to work together. My last question is actually aimed at my fellow commissioners, and I'd love to hear from you, especially those of you with some more experience, long-term experience on the Planning Commission. I would love to hear of your experience with any other projects that have merged multiple parcels to increase the acreage to get more density, especially considering that in this case, we have 2 of the 3 parcels that are not being used for any additional square footage. They're staying the same for probably for good reasons. But I do really want to understand that, and perhaps it would be a good way to start to ask staff specifically to know if this project was isolated to a single parcel, if it was isolated to 23 East Gutierrez, how the density might change. I don't know if that's the calculation that Ms. Broderson has available, or if that she can put it together quickly for us.
I can do that. I'll do that for you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cornell. It's greatly appreciated. And then I would love to hear from my fellow commissioners on their experiences.
Let's let Mr. Cornell spend a moment doing that. If you could then go off screen, Commissioner Bonderson, and I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Lodge. I'm continuing to watch the clock to be mindful. And again, as we come to Commissioner Lodge, I want to remind all of us, again, on page 10 of our packet, we want to look closely at the feedback we're asking to provide. This is under Roman numeral 9, under recommendations. So proposed design, improvement of the project, project's consistency with the city's general plan. And then we also need to make a finding in section Roman numeral 10, which is to grant an exception to the 45-foot height limit in the MC zone to allow a 52-foot tall building for a community benefit housing project. Back to you, Commissioner Lodge, with questions. Can you unmute yourself, Commissioner Lodge?
It would help to turn my mic on. I have a question about, and Mr. Bolton, if you could go back to the slide that shows the different floors and the cut through, including the courtyard. On the plans, I don't know what to call it. In any event, it shows it's a
The section, I think, right, Sheila? The section that shows the courtyard.
yes, the section that shows the courtyard as well as the rest of
A004, Timmy. So it's 3 sheets behind this, I think.
Yeah, we're experiencing just a little bit of a lag, so Timmy will pull it up in just a moment.
In the meantime, Mr. Cornell, did you have?
Yeah, the answer is 40. The answer is 40 units.
40.
Yes.
That was to Commissioner Bonderson's question. Thank you.
Okay. This drawing shows some canopy trees in a space that's 23 feet wide. Realistically, what can be planted there? And also what is the height from the deck up to the top level? How deep is the pit? That's what I'd like to know.
It basically is 31 feet, 31 and a half feet. Because it's 10 feet floor to floor, or 10'9", so it's maybe 33 feet depth there. As far as the planting, we're showing 4-foot deep planters there. We've planted large olive trees at our project, actually, that we designed for Peter back 25 years ago at the end of Rinconada, next to the high school. That has a parking area below the units, and we put in 4-foot planters, and those are beautiful olive trees now. I'd welcome you to go take a look at that. But this is obviously, again, Commissioner Lodge, it's conceptual. So what the right planting is in here, I don't know yet, but we can, with a 4-foot deep planter, plant significant trees.
Okay. And there will be sufficient light and air, even though they are 30 feet down.
Well, that's, I think that is obviously essential that these units be good living units. We're not interested in building something that will create bad units. That's the whole point of asking for this height increase. So it's going to take a lot of work to make sure that it really works well. But I am confident with 23, 24 feet in width that we will get good light down into that space.
Okay, thank you. That's my only question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. Commissioner Escobedo, questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Kernal, I just have a couple questions for you. You mentioned just a brief comment about the importance of the ceiling heights and the role that played in letting light in from that courtyard area. Can you speak a little bit more about that?
Well, you know, it's not only letting light in, but it's then allowing more space for the light to travel into the unit. I will tell you that, you know, we did lower the height for the second HLC meeting, and Peter and I had a lot of discussion about this, and there was a lot of, you know, basic angst. His preference would be that these units, especially the ones in the interior, would have 10-foot ceilings minimum, because he feels that's what it needs for them to work. So I can tell you right off the bat, going to 9'4" is a compromise to him. But the more ceiling, the more light. It's really that simple.
And then I also noticed an average unit size of 627 feet is a pretty efficient use of space. So can you also speak about you gave us an example, but the role that ceiling heights play into making a smaller space a little bit more livable? And
well, you know, I think the photographs I showed demonstrated that, but I would urge you all to just, you know, have your own experiences when it comes to ceiling heights. I mean, it really does make a difference. In my brief 40-year career, you know, I've learned that every inch matters. And you can't, you know, the difference between a 9.5-foot ceiling and a 10-foot ceiling is extraordinary. You know, so it is incrementally, as much height as you can get is going to create a better livable unit. And that one photograph I showed you with the 12-foot ceilings, I mean, those are really comfortable spaces to be in. And it particularly makes a small space feel better. When you have a small space and it has a condensed ceiling, it is not a good living space. And you know, we've got to make these units livable.
Absolutely. And then just one last question. I'm not sure if you said it in jest, but you made a comment about it would be cheaper, rather than putting up story poles, to put up a screen where you ran the animation for people who were walking by and neighbors. Is that something realistically that you could consider, or was it just in jest?
Well, no, I realistically would consider doing that. We obviously have, you know, some vacant storefront to be able to do that right now. But, you know, I actually got a couple of texts here as I was talking about the cost of story poles, and one of my associates said, "Are you kidding me? It'll be at least $50,000." So we can do a lot in terms of being able to make sure that the public is aware of what this building is going to look like. And I hope the animations that we showed demonstrated that it's a pretty good tool to really see what a building is going to feel like. And I can't underscore enough, in my experience, you know, story poles just do not tell the story of architecture. It just shows you height. That's all it does. It doesn't even show you mass, because it's not accurate. It only shows you how tall a building is going to be. And that's not much. I mean, imagine a building like the Baylor building. Imagine if it wasn't there and you just put up poles 58 feet in the air. No one would understand what that meant.
Absolutely. And I'll save this for my comments, but I think educating the public, and I think having screens right there in the storefront would be a fantastic idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Escobedo. Commissioner Wiscombe, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just listening to the discussion. One question, could you put up the maybe the Gutierrez Street plan, or where the fronts? No, I think I don't care, plan or elevation. What I'm addressing is, we heard two comments, one from Mr. Donaldson about enlivening Gutierrez Street. And then another one from Ms. Saley about, she talked about Gutierrez Street too, but
To me, the next slide, the next sheet, I think would be the one to
yeah,
put
she
up.
was referring to the our making the finding for the community benefit housing. And I wanted to ask you to just address you drew the building back 10 feet from Gutierrez Street for the future, if it ever happens, street widening project. So would you talk a little bit, please, about what that's going to look like and how you feel that addresses the comments about enlivening Gutierrez Street? Because there's 10 feet extra there that the building has gone back that, you know, you have an opportunity to work with it. Sorry, my dog is.
No, that's okay. Mine's barking.
She's right here. That's why my elbow's moving up. He's like, Mom.
She wants to go on a walk. So first of all, I want to say that Peter and I are committed to sort of addressing the concern that Robin Donaldson raised about something along Gutierrez. I do think, though, that, you know, the lobby, as you can see in this drawing, the lobby, which are those 3 arches, which is set back more than the 10 feet, by the way, is going to be something that's 24/7. I mean, that's going to be alive and full of light. But the landscaping is going to be important. I mean, it's, you know, I doubt if this street will ever be widened. We can't know for sure. But the one thing's for sure, in the meantime, the landscaping is going to be valuable. I mean, I think the Baylor building is a really good example. That is probably set back less than 10 feet. I'm guessing it's only about 8 feet off of Anacapa. People can check me on that, but you know, it has those large bougainvillea growing along in front of it. I mean, it does a lot to help that building's streetscape. So I think the landscaping is going to profoundly help this streetscape.
So we're at the conceptual phase now, and I realize you haven't figured out the landscaping, but you and the project team are committed to enlivening, for lack of a better word, Gutierrez Street with substantial landscaping along there in those extra 10 feet. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. You know,
Okay.
I just, maybe I sound like a broken record, but you know, Peter is going to be making a huge investment here and going out on a limb to build a project like this. And he is not going to build it if it isn't a nice place to live. Because he
Great.
knows that that's going to be a hard thing to rent.
Okay, thank you for that. And I think, Madam Chair, my final question would be probably for Ms. DeBusk. We're having a discussion about story poles, and Mr. Clausen brought them up, and he showed us, he gave us a very substantial email regarding story poles. But my understanding from what he sent us is that the Historic Landmarks Commission has every right to make findings to eliminate story poles from the project. And according to this, notwithstanding the above, the Historic Landmarks Commission or the Architectural Board of Review may exempt a project from requirements stated in Section 1 upon making one of the following findings. And they made that finding, and that's the end of the issue. Isn't that correct, Mr. Busk?
Well, Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Wiscombe, there's a little bit more to it in this case because the applicant is requesting an exception to the height findings. An exception to the height, which requires the Planning Commission to make certain findings. And one of the findings has to do with sensitivity to context. So if the Planning Commission is unable to make that finding based on the information that's been provided so far, and you feel that story poles would help you to make that finding, then it's something that you could request. But beyond that, if the Planning Commission does not request them for that reason, then you're correct that the Historic Landmarks Commission's decision is the final one on the story poles.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate that, Ms. DeBusk. That's the end of my questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And just as a follow-on to Commissioner Wiscombe's last question, I want to draw everyone's attention to sensitivity to context, and it is page 11 of our 66-page packet. If anyone wants to read number 4, sensitivity to context, the specific language there, and Mr. Bolton has it up on the screen for us now. I just have a few questions since some of my colleagues touched on some of my questions. I think my first question may be to staff. And I don't know if this is to you, Ms. DeBusk. Let me ask you, on page 7 of 66 of our packet, this is review procedure for exception to height limitations. What jumped out at me here is in the paragraph that reads required findings, that lead-in paragraph there. There's one word that I see is actually different, but it could make all the difference, and it's the word all. So this sentence reads, a community benefit project or a community benefit housing project may only be approved if all of the following findings are made in addition to any other findings required by the zoning ordinance. Now, when I go to page 57, Exhibit E, 57 of 66 in our packet, I don't see the word all. So to me, this makes a difference. Let's go to Exhibit E if we could. Yeah, there we are, Mr. Bolton, thank you. So
Thank you,
I don't
Chair.
know if this is to you, Ms. DeBusk, or even our Assistant City Attorney, Mr. Lusitano, is with us. Maybe you could shed some light on this for me.
I think it's the omission of the word all in the code is really of no import, because really the reasonable interpretation of the code requirement is if approved, if the following findings are made. So it's inferred that all of the findings have to be made, not just one or other specific ones.
Okay, and you, okay. Thank you, Mr. Lusitano.
Sure.
Thank you for being here, sitting in for Ms. Ostringer. Let's see, then I wanted to ask, I think I'm going to go to Mr. Kernal. And I know we're in concept, Mr. Kernal, but I just want to put something on your radar really in the form of a question. On page 60 of 66 in our package, this is LG 6.7, housing for downtown workers. I wondered if you've begun to consider a local preference in application prioritization to make this project even more compelling and more supportable for those who work and are looking for housing in our downtown core.
Well, that's clearly the motivation for the project, is to provide that housing. So, you know, I honestly don't believe that Peter would have any objection to that at all, and would probably support it entirely, because that's what he wants this to be, a housing project for Santa Barbara folks.
Thank you. And this is coming to mind really on the heels of our concept review of 121 East Mason. And I'm sure you can confer, you know, with your colleagues working on that project, or your partner working on that project, because a local preference is an integral part of that proposed project. And it's been discussed now for several years in the city. And I, for one, am very eager to see that incorporated into really as many of our multi-unit housing projects as possible. Let's see, I may, and then I want to come back to, I think it'd be Ms. Broadison. Excuse me for going back and forth, Mr. Kernal, and to staff. I just want to ask Ms. Broadison to please reconfirm, and I don't know if we have a specific slide, but I'd like it to be crystal clear as to exactly what would impact, and I would think positively, this proposed project if on July 28th at the City Council, if the council were to enact the recommendations from the Planning Commission that we deliberated on and put forward on June 4th. Could you enumerate what would either be required or not required of this project as it's currently proposed, Ms. Broadison?
Yes, Chair Schwartz, if the amendments to the AUD program are approved, the height findings would still be required either today or in the future. Project would still be required to go back to Historic Landmarks Commission. Staff would continue with the CEQA analysis, but the parking mod could be eliminated.
Just the parking mod, that's the one item you're saying?
Correct, as currently proposed.
The parking mod. Okay, very good. Thank you so much for that. Let me see if I have any other questions. I think I'm moving through them fairly quickly since, again, some of them were already covered. I don't think I have any other questions at this time. So with that, and I don't see any other webcams on, Commissioner Bonderson, did you have another question before we go to deliberations? Yes,
please.
go ahead.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to have the opportunity to ask you, yourself, and any other of our commissioners who have been with us for a while on the commission to share with us their experience, if they've ever seen parcel merge in order to increase density for this purpose or anything similar to this.
Well, I think what I'm going to do, just as I watch the clock, even though it's a very helpful, it's a worthy question, but this project has miles to go. It will come back to the Planning Commission, and I want to give us sufficient time for deliberations because we also have to make majority recommendations. There's that slide that staff is going to put back up. So I don't want to be to curtail your very important question and interest, but unfortunately today, in the interest of time, I'm going to ask that we set that aside. Of course, if we were having lunch meetings, and we're going to talk about that at some point as to what we do with those prior very important lunch meeting discussions, perhaps we can figure out if a topic like this would be helpful for a virtual lunch meeting. There are quite a number on our list that I think are going to be important. This could be one of them. So I apologize, but I'm going to have to turn away from that for now. And I see that Commissioner Higgins is back on. Did you want to kick off deliberations, or did you have another question, Commissioner Higgins?
Sure, I'll go for it. So we're going to do any straw polling on the specific questions, or just we're going to inform the staff with our comments?
Let's do this. Staff is asking, and probably the applicant also is asking for a very focused direction back. So we're going to leave this up, and thank you for asking about that. Unless I hear otherwise from staff, I'd like for all of the commissioners to turn on their webcams. And I think in the interest of time, certainly we can spill over to 6:30 if we need to, but I'm really trying to help us conclude at a reasonable time from this point forward. So let me see, who else are we missing? Is Commissioner Lodge still with us, and Commissioner Bonderson? Unless, I'm going to pause for a moment. Are there any objections to moving right into a majority vote, what I'll call majority vote deliberations? Can we go ahead? Yes. Okay. I'm seeing some nodding. Commissioner Lodge, are you, you're looking perplexed. Can I ask you to?
Without any commissioner discussion or comments?
Here's what I'd like to suggest in the interest of time for you to fold in to answering these questions, your deliberations, so that we don't go all the way through deliberations, separate from a vote, come back to a majority vote. I think that's going to be quite lengthy. And I see Ms. DeBusk is online with us. She may have a recommendation.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. I just wanted to clarify that the majority vote that you need to take is on whether or not the project is consistent with the goals and policies of the general plan. The questions that we asked below that were questions just to help facilitate that discussion. It doesn't mean that you need to vote on each of those questions below. It's just the first bullet point of whether or not it's consistent with the goals and policies.
Now, let me ask you though, Ms. DeBusk, because again, back to what I referenced earlier, on page 10 of our packet, we also need to make the findings in section X, according to the staff, to grant an exception to the 45-foot height limit in the MC zone to allow for 52. So that should be part of our straw poll vote. Would you not agree? And that's what I see here as item B. Ms. DeBusk?
I would say that should be a separate motion.
Yes, that's what I was assuming.
Yes.
Okay, so what we're going to head towards is a straw poll or a vote. We'll take a direct vote on the project's consistency with the city's general plan, and a separate vote. Again, you can find this on page 10 of the staff report. B, we see it in front of us on the screen, to make findings in section X pertaining to height. So here's what we can do. I mean, we can stretch this to 6:30. I was trying to really be respectful of getting us concluded at 6, but we don't want to shortcut very important conversation. I can either give each of you 5 minutes, let's just say, and you can deliberate separately and then we can vote. I don't want to cut you off in terms of the comments you want to make, or you can wrap them in. I was seeing a head nod by Commissioner Wiscombe for just going forward. But does anybody have any particular interest in the process that we use? Because I'm open. I want to have everybody agreeable to how we handle the remainder of our time this evening.
Madam Chair, I can get my comments out about the project and indicate my direction on the two subjects to vote on in 5 minutes or less.
Okay, and then, yes, and then Commissioner Wiscombe said 2 minutes for her.
I will.
I'm with Commissioner Higgins. It's not going to take long.
Okay,
I'll
so
do
what
it
I'm
in 4
going
and
to do
I'll
is,
tell you a minute.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Higgins, what was that you started to
I'll do it
say?
in 4 and I'll tell you a minute, Commissioner Wiscombe. Okay, so.
Okay, no more trading on the auction here.
I'll just jump in. So.
Please do.
I liked what Commissioner Bonderson, where she was headed with the Paseos. There's a totally different group of people in our community that are trying to bring Paseos back up in the middle of the blocks on either side of State Street. So would love to see that be worked into the project somehow for connectivity north to Haley Street. And, you know, the location is a good one for the density and the height of the project. It's in the middle of the block. It doesn't engender or attract a lot of views that are, I would think, you know, quote unquote, significant or substantial. So, you know, the flyover animation was instructive in that regard. I think, you know, you have a very efficient design and program, and I use that word liberally. It's pretty packed, but I'll call it efficient. Very much elegantly designed. Credit to the design team and HLC. Reputation to live up to with all the rest of your work, Mr. Kernell. I don't particularly think we need the story polls. I agree with you in your sort of dislike or disdain for them, as that tends not to tell the whole story, at least for this particular location. Okay, so that's the nice stuff. I really am frustrated with this discussion of parking, where we've heard for 10, 15 years there's a class of people that don't need cars and don't want cars and want to live downtown. So we head in a rather significant, momentous direction a couple of months ago with no parking or parking maximums. And now we're hearing, well, yeah, you know, we kind of still need parking for financing. I just think that's a, quite frankly, that's a bunch of crap. Okay, you, Mr. Cornell, you're part of a community that was beating the drum for no parking for that particular type of individual or family that doesn't need cars. So I want to really challenge you on that. I'm not a lender, I don't really know, but I think this community could use a little bit more instruction as to why zero parking isn't going to work for the financing. So funny analogy, this project reminds me of if it were a restaurant, it would be like going to the Biltmore on a buffet on a Sunday. You know, it's got a lot of wants. Most of them all work well together, but you've got like, you know, extra parking, I'll call it extra. You got high plate heights. You got a very densely designed project because you are able to merge the lots, not going unnoticed, and the building height. And it's asking a lot of our community. I personally think it's okay, but I know the effect of a highly packed in, high density project at that height, it's going to have an opposite effect on how we bring more projects through this our city and the commission. So I want to really I would love to see it with less parking and keep the density and a little less tall, if you could make that work and help us live up to the commitments that were made by the design community, that there are people that want to live downtown without vehicles. So I can come back to formal motions if you want, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Wiscombe, now it's to you, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Commissioner Higgins, I don't think I need to buy your extra minute. I agree with Commissioner Bonderson. I think that was a very important point about the Paseo connections. If that can be looked into and considered in the future. I think that the Gutierrez, from the public comments that we heard, Gutierrez landscape is going to be very important. So I'd like a critical eye on that. The interior courtyard development is going to be very important to the success of the project. And I appreciate Mr. Cornell showing the images of some examples. I had asked him to provide those at the site visit. And I'll be looking for, when it comes back, I'll be looking at the interior courtyard to, and I'm sure that they'll develop it so that it works. I can support the community benefit housing project for the 52 feet. Again, I asked Mr. Cornell to show some slides of the taller buildings. I've lived in Manhattan in a small apartment and had very tall ceilings in an old building that was a walk-up, and they made all the difference in the world to livability. So I can definitely support that, and I can support the parking. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe. Commissioner Escobedo, I'm just going to go right down the line here.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this project is really efficient. It's a great use of space. I'm sold on having the high ceilings and making sure that those units are livable. I agree with Commissioner Bonderson, and a really, really great point about the Paseos and making sure that it connects to something and it's not just an alleyway. I am excited to see what the courtyard looks like when it comes back to Planning Commission. I can support the parking reduction. I imagine it's not going to matter once it goes to City Council. I can also support the building heights. I think this height and density is appropriate for this area. It's close to transportation. We're also going to soon see the electric bicycles downtown. Those are pretty much my comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Lodge?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Bolton, could you bring up the image of 414 Chapala, which I provided? While he's finding it, this is also a project of the Cornell Collective. It's 45 feet high, 3 stories of housing, above parking, some commercial in the front. And look at how it overwhelms the 1-story building next to it. I have to disagree with our architecture, our historian, the city historian, about it's not overwhelming the historic structure of Merit on the corner. It will overwhelm it. And this building is overwhelming, even though the 4th floor has been pulled significantly back from the edge. This building goes straight up, except with a few exceptions, the full height and with the extra height, which I understand is for the parking stackers, cause that problem. I can go along with the reduction in the parking. I can't go along with the height exception. I could go somewhat higher, perhaps to 48 feet, but I know the ordinance as it was adopted, the AUD ordinance says community benefit rental housing. That was supposed to be affordable rental housing, not just any housing. This has got 8 units out of 84 that will be moderate income household affordable. And if it's like the other projects that are around that have come online, now it's true, Peter Lewis's project at 610 East Dakota wasn't like this, but the most recent one that came on, Casa Anatega, the rents are $2,900 to $5,250 in that project. That's not kind of housing that we need. And, you know, unless Mr. Lewis is willing to not only make it local preference, but make it many more of the units affordable, there isn't a community benefit here that I can support.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have one other comment? I thought you were leaning back and concluding.
Sorry, I would like to see the story polls. Most of the people on the HLC are experienced architects, and the general public are not able quite well to visualize what this building would really look like. It'd be one of the biggest buildings in Santa Barbara if it's built as proposed. I remember now Commissioner Mahan of the Historic Landmarks Commission helped approve and I said, how could it goes almost up to 60 feet? And he said, I never designed a building that big. Well, even with their experience, they can't necessarily visualize what it's going to be like. And no, it doesn't give the specific outlines of the building, but it does give a sense of the mass. And this is a massive building. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. Commissioner Bonderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to start by saying I really appreciate the idea of developing the Gutierrez corridor, and I like how the applicant has been very creative and been successful in producing an aesthetically pleasing structure that generally fits in the design, the historical design of downtown Santa Barbara. So when you look at it on paper, the elevations seem to match nicely with Santa Barbara, and I also appreciate his efforts to increase his setback on Gutierrez and lower heights per HLC. However, I'd like to see how that interior corridor and the interior units that are going to face that corridor can be more desirable. As they are now, of course, they're all in conceptual design and they're just rectangles on a piece of paper. But as they are now, they don't seem very desirable if we can envision that further. And I'd like to suggest either small balconies, Juliet balconies. You know, obviously more ceiling height increases the opportunity for fenestration, which increases light. So in some ways, I even want to go one step further and say that I'd be inclined to allow more height up to 60 if we really, really agree that this is a community benefit, because that would allow more pleasant living opportunities. And that draws me back to the most important thing that we're discussing here, which is livability. I'm still a little bit concerned about that, about livability in general. And I am interested in what Commissioner Lodge just mentioned about the step backs and reducing the higher levels instead of having it an exact cookie cutter planted right on top. So perhaps we can consider exploring another option for design that reduces that top floor, allows it to step back. And lastly, I want to just bring my opinion to the forefront about the site. And if I could please ask Mr. Bolton, if you don't mind bringing up the original site plan that was part of Ms. Brodeson's presentation. I believe it was right at the beginning, and it showed the 3 parcels. For me, looking at the proposal and the idea of increasing the outline or the footprint of the parcel by adding these 3 pieces of these 3 individual sites together kind of feels like cheating. I mean, that's a strong word, and for lack of a better word, I just threw that in there. But what I want to say is that we are ultimately using this square footage, this acreage, to support or justify increased density. Yet all of the density is being placed on that center parcel, that the existing parking lot. And if we only looked at that parcel from Mr. Cornell's quick calculations, we'd be looking at 40 units. However, with the total footprint, we are reviewing a project with 84 units, which is more than twice the amount, but it's all isolated onto one piece of the property. And for me, I am just thinking if it's at all possible to reduce that even by a little, it doesn't have to go down to 40, that's not what I'm saying, but to increase the livability, to maybe provide step backs on that interior corridor, maybe increase some of the square footages on some of the units so that they have windows, you know, more windows, more light, whatever that might look like. We're not here to design it, but I just wanted to leave with that thought. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think now I'll go to my comments. First to the general plan consistent. If we could put that slide back up, Mr. Bolton, please. So I want to reference the housing element. It's our housing element from 2011. And there are 3 policies I want to reference for the record. H2, H10, and H11. And this is on page 61 of our 66-page packet. I'm not going to read this in the interest of time, but I just want to call out that under H2, which is housing opportunities, it calls for promoting housing opportunities for all segments of the community. And when I look at the mix of units and the square footage, to me, this is supportive of housing element H2. H10 is new housing, which is that the city shall encourage the development of housing on vacant infill sites and the redevelopment of opportunity sites, both in residential zones and as part of mixed-use development in commercial zones. That's what we have before us. Lastly, policy H11, promote affordable units. And this talks about providing affordable housing units, which are the highest priority. This is lower A, not capital A, subsidized affordable, which we have from our nonprofit housing developers. And this too, H11, H11 discusses the importance of providing opportunities in constructing new housing units that are affordable to the full range, low, very low, low, moderate, and middle income owners and renters. Now I want to go to our municipal code. I want to go to Exhibit E. This is page 57 of page 66. And in looking at the required findings for community benefit housing project, and on the discussion of ceiling plate heights, item C, this is B1C, livability, you'll notice here that in this description, where a project includes residential units, I'm going to skip down to the latter part of this sentence. Particular attention to good interior design features, such as the amount of light and air or ceiling plate heights. This to me is a critical element that our community really needs to embrace. And for those of us, myself included, that have lived in just about every type of housing development in my adult lifetime, that includes newer, older, historic. The smaller the units from prior decades, even prior centuries, where there are elevated ceilings, have made very small studio apartments, junior one bedrooms, and even very small one bedrooms feel like they are livable. And with the right configuration of windows, etc., along with the plate heights, it allows people who either desire or for financial reasons must live in smaller spaces. And I think that's what we owe our community. And so under the required findings in our municipal code, exceptions to height limitations, I can support the demonstrated need, the architecture and design, as we've currently seen it in its conceptual design, the livability. And I do believe that in its direction, and again, it has a ways to go, I believe that the applicant team is designing it for a sensitivity to context, given that we have the merger of 3 parcels to create, almost out of whole cloth, you might say, 84 new residential units. And I want to put that in context for where we are, and you've heard me reference this recently at another concept review. Where are we in providing new residential units? We are so far behind in our housing element obligations and the 5th cycle of RHNA that we have to produce under what we told the state we have land and policy to produce. The state didn't make this up. We told the state we could do this. 2,812 total remaining units to produce by 2023. Let's just look for a moment at how we're doing in getting there. And then I'm going to conclude. Last year, we had 161 proposed residential units that came through our permitting process. Out of 161, 106 were accessory dwelling units processed in a ministerial process under state law, and only 44 of the 161 were multi-unit housing rental units. So we have got to do better. We've got to say yes and then figure out how to get to yes, which is, as you know, you've heard from me. This is my approach. This is my starting point. And in terms of trying to wrap our minds around and wrap our comfort around a 3-dimensional size bulk scale, I think actually the nomenclature of story poles is an oxymoron because I don't think it tells a story. The current new technology that architects have for 3D flyovers, fly around, to me, paint a much clearer 3-dimensional picture of proposed development, proposed new development in our built environment. And then lastly, I want to come back to, let me just see here, if we could go back to our final slide, Mr. Bolton. I think what's important for all of us to recognize, and I know this is difficult because we each have to get out of our own personal frame of reference as to where we live and maybe where we personally want to live, but I don't think it's for us to be prescriptive in setting land use policy, housing policy, with an assumption that everybody wants to live in the kinds of areas of town that we might individually want to live in or can only afford to live in. So for those who want to live more in the urban core and have that kind of lifestyle, which means a more lifestyle active, which is pedestrian, bicycling. If you have a car and you can afford to have a car, then if we go to parking maximum, something like that. Efficiency of land use, parking lifts. But I really would urge us to try to shift our mental paradigm from assuming that there's only one type of housing that everybody needs, and it's only in one part of town. As all of our policies lay out, and actually as the state housing laws that are barreling down towards us, and there is a package of 5 new housing laws probably going to be signed by the governor, which will continue on in the next year, that will force us to look at our regulatory framework differently. I suggest we open our minds and we find ways to accommodate our entire population, our diversity of population. And that includes people who want to live both in an urban lifestyle. Maybe it's a lighter footprint, it's less amenities, it's less possessions, versus those who want to live more in the suburban areas of our community. And maybe they want 1 or 2 cars, and maybe they need more open yard space on a private property. But let's include housing for all. And I think we're really going to make progress if we do this. Again, this is a concept review hearing. So miles to go for this project. I think it's headed in the right direction. And at this point, I have confidence that HLC will carry it forward very ably. So with that, I'd like to come back to our majority vote slide, if we could, Mr. Bolton. And I'd like to, unless Ms. DeBusk has any other direction for us, I think I heard her earlier, we're going to vote on a project consistency of goals and policies with the general plan. And we also need to look at the finding for the height request, and let's see where we're going to find that as well. Certainly it's in our package, but I don't know if we have a separate slide, and I'm going to ask staff as to how they'd like to facilitate that. Again, it's on page 10 of our packet, and it's item Roman numeral 9B, findings in section X pertaining to going from 45 to 52 under community benefit housing. So it seems to me we have 2 separate votes, as I heard Ms. DeBusk. And Ms. Rydell, if you are ready, I don't see Ms. DeBusk coming online, so I'm going to proceed. Ms. Rydell, are you ready for a voice vote on consistency with our general plan and a separate one for the community benefit height finding?
Yes, Madam Chair. So the first motion will be for consistency with the general plan. Do we have a motion maker in a second?
So moved.
Second.
So I got Vice Chair Wiscombe and Commissioner Escobedo as the motion maker in the second. And I will begin the roll call vote.
Excuse me, Heidi, before you start that, can I just clarify that your motion is that the project is consistent with the general plan?
Yes.
Correct.
And that the proposed design and improvement of the project are acceptable?
Correct.
Looking at the slide A1 and 2.
So the first vote is on A, the second vote is on.
Well, we're voting on A right now, Ms. DeBusk. So for consistency with the general plan, did you want us to include B in it? I thought we were going to do B separately.
We are doing B separately. What I heard Mr. Bus just say, see where we have A1 and A2. So the A1 is design and improvement, and the A2 is consistency with the general plan.
Yes, that's fine.
That's fine with the motion incorporate.
Yes.
So it's it's A1 and 2, correct? Motion maker and.
Is that fine with Commissioner Escobedo?
Yes, yes.
Okay, great. So we're all set. We've got a motion in a second, yeah.
Okay, very good. Back to you, Ms. Rydell.
Perfect. I will begin the roll call vote. I'll start with Commissioner Higgins.
Yes.
Commissioner Reed is absent. Commissioner Bonderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Escobedo,
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge,
Are you still with us, Commissioner Lodge?
So it appears that Commissioner Lodge has been kicked offline. So
Okay,
when I
we'll
come
see
back,
if we can, okay, we'll see if we can come back shortly. I don't know if we need to,
I can
Absent.
skip over her for the next couple of votes, and then it looks like she might be coming online. And if we don't hear from her, I can either mark her as absent or we can wait. I suppose we can make that decision in a moment.
Let's just wait one moment, Miss Rydell. Just
No
let's give her one moment. I can empathize with that since I was bumped offline earlier and had to come back on. And if she can't make it back on in just a few seconds here, we'll come back to that if we could go to the second vote, which is on item B on the screen before us.
Would you like me to pause the vote on the first motion, or?
Let's do that out of courtesy to Commissioner Lodge. And then we need a motion for B again, which is to make the findings in section Roman numeral 10, grant an exception to the 45-foot height limit MC zone to allow 50-foot to tall building community benefit housing.
And I'll move B, Madam Chair.
Is there a second to, yes, Commissioner Escobedo? Okay, so the same
With,
maker of the motion and the same seconder.
Can we have a discussion on that?
Yes, please. Discussion on that motion. Pardon me, Commissioner Higgins, I apologize.
Oh, it's okay. So I just wanted to, I'm gonna reverse course here on this one. After thinking about it a little further. Again, the analogy to the buffet style restaurant here is just, you know, having the extra height for deliveries into the lower level. I mean, I guess I get that in concept, and I hate to play design and certainly hate to play structural engineer. I'm terrible at those, but it's just, you know, I just am coming back to the location of the project is great, and you're next to a public parking lot or damn close to it. And so it's tall because it wants a lot. I would rather see it not ask for this particular exception for height. Maybe by the time this gets there, the AUD will have passed at 48 feet. So you're talking about 4 feet of difference. I mean, honestly, you know, the community benefit exception here was basically a way of stealing what the public voted for on Measure B, which was taking our downtown heights up to 60 feet. And then it got yanked back through the general plan process or city council by taking it back down to 45 with this extra procedure, which I fundamentally disagree with. So
thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner.
I feel pain, you know, I feel the pain about that, but I also feel like we're going to have we still have this conflict, affordability versus livability. You just can't have both. So I may not be able to.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kernal, I can't have you come in at this time because
I believe I'm allowed under discussion to comment on the motion under the Robert's Rules of Order. Chair Schwartz?
No, that's not correct. I believe that the comment has been closed to allow for discussion. So no, the public is not, unless the chair wishes to allow that through consensus among the rest of the commissioners and reopen the public.
Madam Chair, I feel like you're, the commission is probably heading in that direction anyway. I'll probably be a minority, but sorry, go ahead, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kernal, I'm really reluctant. I understand the interest, but I'm very reluctant to open this up and have this be part of a new allowed process. But So I'm a little apologetic about that. Mr. Lusitano, did you have anything further before we come to Commissioner Wiscombe?
No, not at all. It's your decision.
Okay, Commissioner Wiscombe?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just texted Commissioner Lodge, and she said that she has gotten in touch with Ms. Kokinda, but she said she would like to vote no on both items.
Okay,
and she's
okay,
offline, and she
Okay.
couldn't get back on via her cell phone.
Okay. So we're kind of jumping back
Excuse
to
me.
A, but let's do this.
Just-
Mr.
just-
Lusitano?
Excuse me, just for the sake of, I'm sure what Commissioner Wiscombe is reporting is accurate, but it is hearsay. If Commissioner Lodge had the conversation with Ms. Kokenda, I'd rather have Ms. Kokenda put that into the record.
Yeah, let's do that.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz and Commissioners. Yes, I did receive an email from Commissioner Lodge, and she did confirm that she would be voting no on both of the items, both the motions.
Okay, thank you for relaying that information. So we are in discussion on item B. We have heard from Commissioner Higgins, and were you going to say something else as the maker of the motion, Commissioner Wiscombe?
Yeah,
We're in
yes,
discussion.
yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to go back to A and finish the vote. We didn't finish it. We stopped with Commissioner Lodge, and I don't believe you voted. I haven't voted. So could
Yes.
we finish A, please? Thank you.
Well, I'm a little, hold on 1 minute, Miss Rydell. I don't want to make this cumbersome, but Mr. Lusitano, we are in discussion. I want to follow Robert's Rules of Order. We're in discussion on a motion and a second that's been made on, I'll call it item B. Do we need to finish this now and then go back to A?
Table that for now, and then go
Table.
back to A and finish the vote on A.
Very
Now that
good. Thank you.
Now that we know how Commissioner Lodge is going to vote, we can complete that first vote.
Okay, so thank you very much. That's what I was looking for. We're going to table
Sure.
B, we're going to come back to A, and we're going to ask Ms. Rydell to complete the voice vote, please.
Thank you so much, Chair Schwartz. I have marked Commissioner Lodge as a no, and then we are on to Vice Chair Wiscombe
Yes.
and Chair Schwartz.
Yes.
Thank you so much. That leaves us with a total of 5 yeses, 1 no, and 1 absence.
Okay, now we're ready to come back to B. And we were in discussion on B. Commissioner Wiscombe made the motion, Commissioner Escobedo seconded that motion. Any other discussion before we ask Ms. Rydell to go to a voice vote? Yes,
do you mind-
Commissioner Bonderson, quick discussion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask if you don't mind repeating the motion because I've lost our place. I don't remember what we're talking about. So do you mind just repeating it and we can begin before we begin the vote?
Yeah.
The,
Let's look at the screen too while Commissioner Wiscombe is speaking. Is item B on the screen? Let's just reference
Yes.
that. Come back to the maker of the motion.
It's Commissioner Bonderson, it's 9B, make the findings in section 10. Perhaps Mr. Bolton could scroll down to the exceptions to the height limitation. Thank you. Make the findings in section 10 and grant an exception to the 45-foot height limit in the MC zone to allow a 52-foot tall building for community benefit housing. And I moved B with the findings.
Very good, and we had a discussion on that. So Ms. Rydell, would you please initiate a voice vote?
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. I will begin the voice vote now. Commissioner Bonderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Escobedo,
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge is a no, Vice Chair Wiscombe,
Yes.
Commissioner Higgins,
No.
and Chair Schwartz.
Yes.
All right, the motion passes with 4 yeses, 2 nos, and 1 absence. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rydell. Okay, very good. So we have conducted our work on that. Let me just go to our packet to make sure I'm not overlooking anything. Again, this was a concept review with particular comments back to staff and of course back to the Historic Landmarks Commission. I wish this project well. We will follow it along and it'll eventually come back to Planning Commission. So we are concluded on this item. It is 6:20 p.m. and I am going to have a firm stop time of 6:30 out of respect for everyone's dinner hour and evening. Let's come back to our agenda to see if, excuse me one moment, let me come back to our original agenda. And the very last item is our administrative agenda. Committee and liaison reports. Could the commissioners please turn on their webcams to let me know if you would like to make any reports before I ultimately adjourn the meeting? Commissioner Higgins?
Staff hearing officer has cancellations on July 15 and 29.
More cancellations.
NZO is working.
Excuse me, Commissioner Higgins, what was that?
The NZO is working.
The NZO is working. Okay, maybe that's a new tagline for something. Thank you very much. Any other committee or liaison reports? Okay, I don't see any. I will just give one and wait for a moment to see if any other webcams come on. Commissioner Higgins and I have been in communication with our staff regarding the Coast Village Road Olive Mill Roundabout project. Our city project planner, Megan Arciniega, has been in communication with county staff since this is a joint city-county project. And the two chairs, myself and Chair Donna Senauer of the Montecito Planning Commission, along with city and county staff, are going to have a prep go-to meeting this Monday so that we can lay out all of the processes and protocols necessary for a successful joint meeting on August 20th. That will start at an unusual time. So to put this on everyone's calendar who are interested, 9 a.m., which is a typical start time for the Montecito Commission, not for us, but it is going to be a long day, and we are hoping to be able to get through all or at least most of the issues for that project on that day. Since it's virtual, we will not be needing to convene in city council chambers. We'll be using GoToWebinar, and that's for both of the commissions. Then lastly, to wrap up and for looking ahead to next week, we do have a special hearing scheduled. That is next Thursday, July 23rd, 1 p.m. And it is on the city's stormwater management program amendments. So please follow that along if you're interested. And Commissioner Higgins, you still have your webcam on. Was there anything else, or you were just being a good colleague and participating visually?
No, Madam Chair. Well, yes, I appreciate that.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you.
I do have a question.
Oh, yes, please.
Okay, about the hearing that starts at 9 a.m. with the county on the roundabout.
August 20th.
Yeah, just would reality check on what time that or how long that will take. Are they
right now?
A group? Yeah, is that a group? Is that a hearing that's going to go all day? Like
right now, we need to block out the entire day, and we will have many breaks. There are many broad and deep items, and with 12 planning commissioners, 7 plus 5, plus staff, plus an applicant, which is the County of Santa Barbara Public Works, it will be far-ranging in presentation, questions, deliberation, and that's why Megan Arciniega has organized a prep meeting with a select group of us this Monday, because much facilitation will be required for us to move through the material with 12 planning commissioners, assuming all 12 are able to participate. And right now, we've heard that all 5 Montecito commissioners are plan to participate. And I haven't seen any recusals on or absences on our side at this point.
Thanks.
Thank you. With that, it is 6:25, and I'm pleased to say our meeting is adjourned. Thank you so much.